roommates.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
I mean, yeah.
That happened.
So,
Yeah.
before we begin, let me just let everybody know that there might be a little bit of jank on stream. I had to reinstall OBS wholesale, and I'm still rebuilding the various scenes that I use for the tabletops. So some things might be jank. We may have some technical difficulties. This with fingers fucking crossed that this fixed whatever was causing me to crash. I think something infected OBS, and I think that the installation just needed to be nuked. Hopefully, we will not have an issue tonight, but we'll let you know. So with that precursor out of the way, welcome everybody to another episode of All the Stars in the Sky. This is season 3, episode 7, Secrets of the RQZ. Would anybody like to give us the very brief recap for what you guys did last week or last time? Whatever. You get a free fade, etc., etc.
I can.
Go for it.
So, we had everyone back. We have basically been able to identify kind of what is going to be necessary for finishing the repairs on the tower. Alex put a lot of work in on that to work with the hosts and kind of get everything organized so we know what we need. And basically what we need is going to be at the last scrapyard that we weren't able to get through before, mostly because Mordecai is a dick. Just that.
Don Provolone.
He's just a dick.
Yeah.
So we had a little bit of a meeting and a talk. We were having a sit down. A couple of the other things that have kind of gotten identified. There's an idea to possibly be able to help Kira. We need to get some possible things for that. That's kind of a down the line thing, as there's a whole bunch of shit that's going on first. Most of what we've got is Kaede is still unconscious and fighting for her life. Aurelia is having bouts of issues and problems. We were having a little bit of a meeting, and then a little bit of danger came by in the form of a gigantic column of sleepers that are moving around in a monolith. Or sorry, not a monolith, in the duelist shape, because one might not know exactly where we are, but is sort of making a declaration possibly of war against us. That's great. We kind of got back together. We've got what we need to be able to get, and then the realization that because of how reactive everything was, the mission to the scrapyard in order to have the tower ready for the deliberative needs to be all hands on deck, because if we don't go out with full manpower, it is very likely that we won't come back. We took a couple of days to make some preparations and also some additional fortifications, and we're going to be heading back out to that last scrapyard. All
right. We're going to go ahead and left to right on the screen, as everybody might become aware. And as mentioned, we are just using a very quick setup today because of having to nuke and pave. And so the arrangement of everyone on screen may change from time to time. So left, right on screen. It has been about 24 hours since your guys were put together and figuring out what you need to do for the scrapyard. And so it is the following day, and so it is now April the 13th. It is probably about 10 a.m. And you guys are aiming for kind of a full group mission. So we'll go left to right on screen. Where are you at, Alex?
So I think Alex, after that little spat with the last group to get together, is mostly just keeping on her own, working on stuff for the tower, getting it as ready as possible.
Okay, so you're probably up in the security room or in the control room, making sure that everything is ready to receive.
Yep.
Okay, where's Baxter at?
That's a good question, because I kind of fell asleep during last session, so I have no idea.
It's the next day, so you haven't... you didn't really do a whole lot last session. Last session was mainly like a planning and regrouping session. So where would Baxter be at 10 o'clock in the morning? Eating breakfast, you can be getting ready. What do you think Baxter is doing in preparation for what may become a bumpy mission?
Probably getting ready.
Okay. Are you in like any of the armory rooms, or where are you at right now?
Yeah, he would be in one of the army rooms getting like his bat. No, not bat. That's Patrick that has a bat.
Correct.
Getting his bow and arrows.
Okay. So you're setting up your equipment.
And he's also like making a flashbang arrow because that worked last time.
All
Or no,
right.
no, it wasn't a flashbang. It was a noisemaker.
It was a
Yes.
noisemaker.
Noisemaker.
Okay,
arrow.
so you're making more of those arrows that you guys had strapped noisemakers basically to an arrow in order to use the full range to draw something's attention away.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so that's what you're doing. Where's Chance?
Dead.
The murder hobo did
Hello?
not get
Hello?
me.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh God.
There's
You're
two of
not-
them.
there's two
There's
of
two
you.
of us apparently. I'm having having some technical difficulties on my end, but the murder hobo is probably working with the Blackout Club kids on his top secret map project.
Okay. So you're working with the club kids, so you're kind of where Dax and his crew are, or where they would be without Dax, as Dax is
Without
currently
Dax there,
recovering.
because Dax is a little incapacitated at the moment.
A little bit. He did get kind of stabbed.
Just a bit.
Okay, so Chance is hanging out with the club kids down in the second rec room, putting some things together. Is anybody in the infirmary right now?
No, Liz.
Nil, I assume you're helping Atticus?
Like always, yep.
Okay. Atticus is doing his rounds, checking in on people. He is checking in on Kira. Kira and Kaede, you two have some rolls to make for me today.
Yep.
Please roll me your physique. Kaede, you're rolling at disadvantage.
Oh.
Kaede is rolling physique, not Nil.
Mm-hmm.
Three.
Kaede, you maintain. You are still doing poorly. You're not stabilized. Kira, you do not wake.
Can I make a will save too?
You do not need to make a will save yet. It's for
Okay.
later.
Great.
Okay. Nil is helping Atticus as he is working with the different doctors and nurses in the infirmary. He checks over Kira again, sees that she is not waking. He checks in with William. William gives him the rundown that Kaede is still in critical condition. Her heart rate is still elevated and erratic, but she is still breathing. There is still brain activity. She is not brain dead, which is what they are worried about, given that her fever keeps spiking to the point where it could cause brain damage if she is not kept cool. And so Kaede's body is packed with ice packs, large ice packs, as they try to keep her temperature down and prevent her brain from frying because of what is happening from the Protocol 5.
Right.
3 strikes and you're usually dead. Where's Benji at right now?
Also, Nell would check with Atticus on what extra supplies she might be able to take on the mission, just in case.
Okay. Atticus has set some extra supplies aside, so basically field triage kits that you can take with you that you can spread out through all the kids, things to help in case somebody goes into shock or is gravely wounded. Now that everybody is kind of aware that there is some active resistance in trying to stop you from doing whatever it is you're doing that's going to allow the voices to communicate, there is some obvious resistance, and they are not shy about taking life if they must.
Yeah. So he gave me a field triage kit.
He'll give you a couple of field triage kits.
Okay.
You can mark 5 of them in your inventory. You can only carry 1 of them, so you must pass them out once it's time.
Okay. Would he? How much adrenaline do we have?
Not much that he's willing to part with.
Okay. That's fine. She'll take the triage kits though for sure.
That is one thing that this compound needs, is that due to the number of people who have been very gravely wounded and who have had issues of the heart due to influences from the Eidolon and the Reaper, adrenaline is in short supply. It is something that you guys are going to probably want to pick up.
Okay. I will note that down. If I find any, I'll take it.
Okay. Benji, where you at?
Benji might be on patrol. He was going to take a patrol. Wraith was going to come with him, so it's kind of his prevention from hovering constantly over people's bedsides is to try to do something actively. And also, if it helps him avoid Atticus a little bit longer, he's in favor of that.
I see.
Atticus was busy doing so many doctor things.
Doctor things. Yes.
And Benji is probably a little bit more avoiding of having a discussion with Atticus than he's even realized consciously.
Okay. So, Wraith, you are with Benji?
Yep.
Okay, so the two of you are on patrol. You're patrolling outside, yes? You're not taking one of the indoor patrols?
Yeah.
Okay. You're on your patrol outside. It is 10 a.m. The most unusual part of all of this, and the hardest thing to kind of get used to, is that there is a definitive line between where the barrier that protects the compound stops and where the long night begins. And so as you guys are patrolling, you can see that sort of veil that when you pass through it, you step back into the RQZ and the long night. And you are in this kind of bubble of sunlight and warmth, and it's a lovely spring morning. And you can see that the trees that are inside of the barrier are starting to bud and flower, whereas those that are on the outside still almost cling to winter. It is very dark, almost as if the trees still think that it is a long winter's night. What are the two of you talking about, or are you walking in silence?
It's probably not walking in silence so much as probably just general conversation.
And occasional observations.
Yeah. Look at the... Okay. On a scale... Hold on a second. Benji's actually kind of curious, because is it just visually that the trees on the outside of the barrier are different, or like if you touch them, is it everything?
They feel different. So if you were to cross through the barrier onto the outside and touch one of the trees, it feels cooler. It feels like it's not getting quite as much sunlight. If you want to roll an insight, you can.
Do I need to roll a will?
No, you're close enough that it's not a problem right here. At the barrier is different than dipping out of it.
I will also do the insights.
As the two of you are kind of observing the trees, you observe the sort of fine separation between the night and the day at the point of the barrier, or at the circumference of the barrier. There is a lot that the mind can do. Perception is a very powerful thing. Both of you go ahead and roll me a will roll, please. This isn't a save, this is just a will roll. Wraith, for an instant, a brief instant, as you're touching your hand to the bark of this tree, it feels warm again and then fades back to cold. The cold that you would get in in the lack of light. What you can kind of put together from this is that perception is at least part of the long night, that it is not enacting a celestial event. It cannot be that powerful to stop the sun. But people aren't the only things with perception. Plants know when you are screaming and angry with them, they tend to grow lesser. Whereas when you are calming and you are kind to them, they grow stronger and brighter. There is a significant chance that the music, the song, that is permeating the idea that the long night has sort of cloaked the radio quiet zone is perhaps affecting even the plant life.
Oh, I get it. He's gonna look over to Benjin's like, I think maybe the plants don't like the song.
I mean, that's not all that unusual, I guess, if you think about it. GM question.
Yes.
How different was fall in Redacre versus what it looks like out here? Does Redacre do the Shenandoah riot of color that the rest of the Shenandoah Valley does?
It does, yes.
Okay. That'd be kind of different. I don't think there was any change before back home. What the fuck? It just looks wrong.
I mean, they did keep referring to it as the garden. Maybe the song was more, I don't know, gentle in there than out here. Make it more like, I don't know, bring some more allure to the town, even for the plants.
Mostly, I think we wanted to get left alone. I don't think the song's part. I don't know. I don't think it sounds harsher out here. Then again, I don't think pausing and listening to it's the best idea right now either.
Yeah, good point. He's gonna take a look around.
Is there any sign of where the column has gone right now?
Roll me an investigate.
Okay.
The roving duolith that is now sort of marching across the radio quiet zone, you do not see it in this area. It marched off yesterday, and it has not looped back around. You're not sure what their trajectory is. If they were looking for you specifically, they never found you, and so they may have moved on. Or it may have just been a show of force, and they had no intention of finding you in the first place.
So no fresh or extra tracks out here.
Not tracks that look like it belongs to the column. But,
And what about other tracks?
but you do find an unusual set of footprints on the edge of the border near the line of where the fires had stopped. There are a small set of footprints that are kind of embedded into the mud as it rained last night. And they do not have a beginning or end. They loop. A perfect loop. No track looks deeper than another.
So they're making an endless circle?
Once. But they did not come to make the circle, and they did not leave.
It's a
Right.
circle and nothing else.
Yes.
Can we take a picture?
Sure.
He's gonna take a picture.
Does it... Benji is going to. Are there a couple of sticks or anything nearby?
You're in the woods. What do you
Then I don't have to roll a random for it.
Correct. This time.
Thanks. He's gonna grab a couple, and what he's actually gonna do is look for like a little bit of bark, and he's gonna press out part of the circle and break it. There's too many voice symbols that use circles as a base.
Yeah. That asshole.
So you're gonna try to break the circle.
Uh-huh.
Roll me a will save.
Oh god. Is it at disadvantage?
No. It also doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate any of what you just did.
Benji, as you go to break the circle, you break part of the footprints and find yourself standing alone in a clearing that you do not recognize. It is about 20 feet in diameter. Beyond the small ring of trees that encircles you, there is nothingness, as if you were on an island floating in the dark of the void. You feel a slither crawl down your spine. You feel eyes open behind you, and then you snap back and you're standing beside Wraith again.
What?
What happened?
Did I?
Benji didn't go anywhere, Wraith.
Does he like having, an expression that, oh fuck?
Benji probably has a slightly shell shock because he's gonna look. Does he still have the sticks and the bark that he was using to try to break the circle?
You dropped it.
Wasn't I? He picks that back up. Wasn't I? Was gonna. What the fuck was that?
What was what?
I was gonna break the circle. It's and felt like something. There was nothing here.
You want to try to break it together?
Man, that's weird as hell. He's gonna roll the back of his neck, just where he felt that. That. What was that? Fuck.
Wraith just blinks. He is Confucian.
I don't. I think we've got a problem.
Which one?
I'm almost wondering if that's a symbol someone's making.
Wraith would look back at the circle. You want me to maybe ask Wendy? Or I don't know, maybe the Dice Man knows?
Pit Boss? Hey there.
Usually. What's up?
Okay, so I went to go, there's a circle and it's a circle, and those are usually pretty shitty around here with a lot of things. I think there's only one that's not bad, so I was gonna break it, and I wasn't there, and I don't know. Fuck.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean you weren't there?
I went to go do it, and I don't think I even moved to try to break the circle, and it was in a clearing. Like, there was nothing else outside of the clearing, though.
Oh, that's... Okay. I'm gonna let the others know. and somebody else is gonna break this.
I think guys were watching.
We did run into a lot of wards before.
I mean, I don't like it either. I don't like not doing something I was gonna do. I hate that feeling.
Yeah, that ain't great.
Yeah.
You two head back. I'll have somebody else come out.
Fine.
Wraith is gonna forward the picture to Lincoln and tag it as really weird circle in the woods. And then he's gonna give Benji a nod. He's like, sent it to the boss, man.
Okay, let's go back in, I guess. We got most of the patrol done, right?
Yeah, at least up to out here, where things get more weird. You know, the usual.
Yeah, I'm clearly not the. Benji just is gonna turn around and start heading back. I hate this.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, not from your full perspective getting it, but I get the gist of it. He's gonna pat Benji in the back. But you're still here, in control of you.
Yeah, I just. Okay, let's just head back. At least we didn't find any signs of the duelist, so.
This time.
Yeah, you haven't made me roll a fucking random.
Would you like me to?
Sure.
No, we're moving
Sure.
back. We're going
No.
this way.
No, I'm fine. You want me to roll a random?
No, we're going this way. Come on, come on, Benji. We're leaving.
Want me to roll a random? I'll do it.
Soon. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So you guys head back. Lincoln and Benji start making their way back towards the building, and as they are heading back, Lincoln, where are you at?
Wait a minute. How can I be in two places at once? Hold up.
Wraith!
You're
It
sorry.
was Wraith! Look, hold on.
Benji and Wraith.
We're taking the glasses off of Benji, we put them on Wraith, and then that's where the confusion comes from, because...
And then neither of them can see.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Neither of us know where we're going.
So Benji and Wraith are coming back. Lincoln, where are you?
Lincoln's probably going to be at the top of Haven. He would have tried to assemble a couple of the other primary hosts that were around Haven to try to make a battle plan for what was about to happen.
Okay, so who have you assembled?
Literally anyone he could have. He would have asked for Atticus. He would have asked for Lawrence. I think Grace was her name. He would have asked for her too.
Okay.
He would attempt to ask for a primary hunter host as well, because this is everyone's problem. He would have asked for Odd, and he would have asked for Brian. That is most of the hosts that I am aware of. I think the only one I'm really missing is Lay on Hands.
Okay.
And Roll the Dice.
Well, you've got Benji and Chance, and, well, you had Kaede, but now Kaede is, you know.
Did you get Tooth, Mama?
I don't think I did, no.
You guys haven't really branched out to talk to the IHT hosts. They tend to keep to themselves. The IHT hosts are actually the ones that are doing a lot of the work burying the dead.
You know, that tracks.
He probably would have tried to seek out some remaining hosts to see if he can call them up to try to make a game plan.
Does Benji or Chance need to get there for RTD-ness?
I would highly recommend, if it came down to it, it would have to be Benji.
Okay. If Benji knows, then he'll head up.
There is also Baxter for Inner Teeth. He's hosting her.
Okay, then that settles that. Lincoln will ask for Baxter to come up.
Okay.
Nell's probably the closest thing you'll have. I mean, she's 17. She's going to be hosting Lay on Hands soon, so.
There's Devin.
There are Lay on Hands hosts, though.
Yes, there are.
Oh, okay, well, never
A
mind.
lot of the Lay on Hands hosts are heavily preoccupied with the wounded. There are a few that can be spared. Devin has been mostly focused, or has been directed to be focused by Atticus on maintaining care of Kira, and keeping an eye on Kaede. With William.
And he's got definitely a lot of worry considering, these are kids.
Kids can die just as readily as an adult can. Okay, so where are you assembling everybody, Lincoln? The people that you're calling in to make the battle plan.
Back into the top of the tower,
Okay.
just so they can have an oversight of like what's going on around their fortress. Do they still have sight of the marching duelith or anything else in particular?
The duelith marched off into the woods and has been. The last time anybody saw it was about 8 hours ago.
Okay. Has there been any changes since then?
Not that anybody has seen. Which is unusual because as you are making your way up towards the back of that tower, you get the text message from Wraith about tracks left in the dirt in a circle that do not have any walking up or away, and is just kind of right near your door.
He's kind of got a pretty good idea what that is.
Benji will just head up. Did you get Roy's message?
I did, and I'm worried.
Great, I am too. I had a hallucination near it, so
What happened?
I was gonna break the circle, and I didn't.
So you were walking to break the circle and something else happened, or you got an hallucination that you were walking to it?
No, I knew I was gonna pick it up, and I picked up the stick and what I was gonna do to break it, and I didn't move.
So Eidolon's up to some tricks then.
Yeah, there were eyes in a field that I saw instead.
Did you see a color?
It was a field. There was nothing outside of it, like a ring. Just nothing else existed outside of that. I didn't like that feeling.
I don't either. The other host should be joining up here in a second. Why don't you tell him what you told me?
Okay. Pit Boss is gonna have someone else try to break it, because I can't.
Okay.
Like it's just gonna very awkwardly pat Benji's shoulder, then make his way over to the table.
That's the most emotional compassion I've ever seen you demonstrate, Lincoln.
That's great, buddy.
He's doing his best. Okay. Lincoln, you go to sit down, and you are joined by Lawrence first, who signs a greeting to you and takes a seat beside you, and then signs to you, so a plan for the scrapyard.
Plan for the scrapyard and just a general defense plan because, well, Benji and Wraith found something a little earlier that is causing some concern.
Lawrence kind of frowns and signs, I got word from one of the scout groups. There's movement in the south.
Is it the column?
It's something else.
Okay.
Were they able to pick up any identifiers, or was it just something to continue to dig into?
Lawrence kind of drums his fingers on the table for a minute before he signs. maybe a battle group, Snatchers, and a couple of Reavers.
That would make sense about the circle then. It was a warning.
A warning or a guide? We gotta get that broken. Fuck. Let's get everyone else up here and talk that over too.
Should be up here any moment.
A few moments later, you're joined by Grace and Odd. Odd looks uncomfortable. Grace has her arm slung around his shoulder. She is still in a walking boot, but they make their way to the table. Odd makes a point of sitting on the other side of the table from Grace.
To be fair, I do not blame the man.
Grace takes a seat. Spread the word. The rest will be coming up in a moment.
Perfect. You two doing all right?
Odd just kind of exhales. Grace gives a smirk. Doing just fine.
Lincoln will not press any more comments on that. Nope. I'm not getting into that one.
A few minutes later, Brian joins you at the table. He looks exhausted. In case you're wondering, Sparrow's still not in.
I had a feeling, otherwise I probably would have had my neck around her hands and be in a lot of trouble.
You know that the coffee maker, and it's not repaired, but the espresso maker is working.
Oh, I know. I'm abusing the shit out of it.
God.
That's about right. You guys made any progress on the cipher break?
Some. We're missing something. Something that we might need from... He looks in the direction that you know immediately to be Redacre.
Alright. He pulls out his phone just to open up the notepad section. What you need?
We need to get in touch with her contact again.
Blaine? Alright.
I think she called him Ishmael.
Lincoln freezes and then just nods. Got it.
Elsewhere in the facility, Aurelia, you are hanging out with the Hunter hosts, yes?
Exactly.
You're hanging out with the Hunter hosts, and they are downstairs, kind of in the same room that they usually hang out in. They're sort of talking amongst themselves. A couple of them are practicing some of their fighting forms. And you're sitting next to a smaller woman who is a little bit on the older side. She's got a scar over one of her eyes that kind of cuts from above her eyebrow all the way down to about midway down her cheekbone. And she's just watching everybody. As another woman enters the room, smaller stature, sort of a slighter. She's got very, very dark hair, very large eyes, a little on the older side, and she says, "You were called. Are you coming or not?" And the woman beside you turns very slowly to look over her shoulder. Are we supposed to play nice? Until it's over. Aurelia, what are you doing?
Probably kinda listening to that because she has tried to stick around the hunter hosts due to the fact that the hunter has issues hearing her. And she's just like, yeah, no, fuck this shit, I'm staying here now.
The woman beside you gets to her feet. You're welcome to hang here, pup, if you'd like. And she follows the woman at the door and heads out of the room, leaving you with the rest of the hunter hosts. That woman you know to be Natalia, a primary host of the hunter out here in the RQZ. She follows the woman out and into the hallway, and they disappear. Do you stay with the hunter hosts, or do you follow them?
Good question. Aurelia might start to follow, but if they notice, she just would cut off to another hallway. So in a sense, just pretending, and then just like, yeah, no, I was going another way, exploring the facility, you know.
So you follow for a little ways, and then before they turn around to see you, you duck into another hallway and get cold feet. Yes?
In a sense, yes.
Okay.
There's always another day to, you know, try and figure things out.
Yeah. All right. The two women ascend towards the top of the tower, and they join the group. As Lincoln, you are joined by a pair of hosts who have some tension between them. They don't seem to be in the best of relationship status. As the woman that represents Hunt the Strong takes a seat at the table, and the other woman sits across the way. Lincoln, you've met her once. You know that her name is Erica. She is a host of In Her Teeth. She takes a seat. This is about the upcoming operation, yes?
The upcoming operation and some information that we got from some scouts and one of our recent patrols. Looks like the infection is up to something. And Lincoln will go over the entire process of what he received from Wraith and some of the details that he got from Benji, but leaving that door open for Benji to properly explain it rather than offering secondhand knowledge.
Benji, do you give your spiel?
He will give it, though. He seems to have kind of just taken a moment, and his composure is less on the emotional, far less of the pauses, and just a kind of flat recitation of the experience instead. He kind of has a, I wouldn't say looser posture so much as less open.
Okay. As Benji is explaining this information, Lincoln, you get a text message from Arcana.
Oh, goody.
As you are informed about what happened inside of town.
I gotta open up the private message channel. There we go. He is going to send a response back.
Does your expression change for any of these hosts to see?
No. He's in business mode right now.
Okay.
He doesn't break business mode when he's with hosts. But to put it short to you, he pokes back like, "Do you know who broke the deal? Like, do you know the person?"
You'll simply get back, yes.
Who?
Her response is one of the Grayson twins.
Lincoln will just casually slide his phone back into his pocket. He'll deal with that later.
The hosts are now assembled. Did you call Baxter up as well to stand up for In Her Teeth?
Yes.
Baxter, you are coming up to the roof?
Yep.
Or coming up to the tower?
I'm going to very casually gesture for Baxter to sit with Erica, just to try to relieve some of her tension.
He will do that.
You sit beside this older woman, and she doesn't really look at you, but you feel her sizing you up out of the corner of her eye. Judging.
He just smiles and gives a soft wave.
All right. Lincoln's gonna pull out a modified list of the remaining items we need to pick up from the junkyard, slide it across the table. This is what we need to pick up. As you guys know, the duelist was marching southbound, and we have a scouting team of infection that's making their way up from south and seem to be making guiding spots or warning locations with printed circle footsteps all the way up to here to our front doorstep.
Okay.
This is not going to be easy on any of us. That's a no-brainer. But the fact is, when we go to that junkyard, the odds are we're going to get ambushed because Mordecai is probably going to know we're on our way back there. If not him, Scarlet. If not Scarlet, the Voice. On top of that, we need to make sure that this place is still fortified enough so in the event that Snatchers make their way over here, they can't retake this place.
And what of the facility below? Says Erica, who leans forward and kind of rests her elbows on the table. What of the death room? It remains a foothold.
He looks between Baxter, Erica, and Benji on that because that feels like that's a pronged fork between roll the dice and in her teeth about how they're managing that.
Does Bungie know anything from RTD about the death room progress?
Benji, what you probably know right now, actually roll me an insight.
Okay.
Is there any help action that I can get to him on that?
Sure.
All right.
Benji, go ahead and roll with advantage. Not that you needed it.
I'll take the 5.
They have made progress in that people that are near it no longer black out and walk away from it anymore. There is some kind of almost pressure that is exuding from the place, but even RTD is not able to alter the kind of imbued ethos that is guarding this door enough to allow anybody to pass through it. In her teeth, likewise, has not been able to chip away at it. And they are believing that they're going to need a concerted effort from the Cursebreaker herself, Face the Fray, to break through this door. Face the Fray doesn't have the forces to do that yet.
Head Boss's problem is, right now, it's too reinforced to be able to try to pitch through on that ethos that it's built up around. And I know End Mother's been running into the same issue. We need the judge on that. Judge doesn't have enough here quite yet.
No, and likely won't unless we deal with the problem in the south.
Which is where a lot of the judges split off to, right?
That's where we were at when things changed.
Which means we've got a problem in terms of how we handle this. We need to be able to get stronger presence from the judge to be able to take care of that foothold. He kind of kicks his heel down on the ground, indicating, below. But if we stay focused on just what's going on north and just immediately around us, we're never going to make enough headway to be able to do that, which means it'll continue to be there. We've got to figure that part out. We can't only focus on one problem. We're going to probably have to deal with Ido at some point.
Among other things, yes. The hunter host leans back in her chair and crosses her arms for a moment. Our focus should remain the deliberative. Without it, well, we're not going to make it that long, are we?
Once we've got that settled, that's where we're going to need to kind of split that focus.
That's right.
Can we hold out long enough, or at least keep that caged long enough to be able to make sure we get the deliberative happening? He looks over to Erica.
Erica is staring at Natalia. With the appropriate help, yes.
We've got that help right now. Bungie is gonna kind of skirt his attention to look around at the others.
Natalia exhales. We're on the same side of this for now. So yeah, you've got us. So, why don't we talk about this plan, little leader boy? She looks at Lincoln.
Lincoln's going to take a quick look out towards the field. May I roll an insight check to try to determine the best way to divvy up forces for this mission?
I'll have roll a couple of things for me.
Okay.
Roll me an investigate and a lore and an insight. So investigate first.
Okay. Let's see. Don't need the murder hobo. Here we go. So investigate first, lore second, and insight third.
Mm-hmm.
Can I activate quick learner?
Sure.
Okay. I will be boosting up lore, rapport, and empathy for this one.
Okay.
So first is investigate.
And then your insight.
And with insight, am I able to apply proof with evidence for this one?
Sure.
Okay.
With your investigate, you know that Speak as One's forces here in the north are looking for you actively. Any force that you send out needs to be well enough equipped to hold its own in the event of an attack. You're going to need a fair number of combatants. You're going to need people to help redirect attention, and you're going to need the lowest common denominator of vehicles that you can get away with getting in and out with without risking all of your eggs being in one basket. So at least probably 2 or 3 vehicles to get in there and get out. You need at least then 3 drivers. You need at least 2 or 3 fighters or defenders per vehicle, and then you need at least a couple of people who are good enough with tech to be able to disassemble and reassemble things later on down the line as needed. Okay. With your lore, knowing the area, knowing what you know about the Eidolon, what you have in the compendium in particular. So I'm adding a +2 for your compendium bonus to your lore roll.
Sweet!
You have seen anecdotes in the deaths of other voices where they will mark targets and then it becomes a war of attrition until that second voice or until that target voice is worn down. You are, in a way, reminded of how humans are apex predators, endurance hunters, almost warped to its most extreme and violent state. And the Eidolon very much uses that tactic when it goes after specific voices that it wants to consume or corrupt. It also kind of pings your thought process that this seems to be similar in the various stages where the Eidolon will focus on a target, mark that target, and then wear it down until the target is cut off and easily surrounded and, digested. With your lore, you can probably tell that the Eidolon is getting ready to go on the offensive. and therefore you need to have a sizable presence at the building as well to ensure that not only is it a deterrent to have a sizable presence at the building to defend it, but it is also kind of a show of, even if our forces are split, we are still defending. We're not all going out. This is not an invitation. So it is as much a statement of offense as it is a statement of defense. So you're going to need to have defenders here at the building. Lastly, with your insight, Mordecai himself was at the scrapyard, which indicates that it is being watched, but in some capacity by one or all parties. You guys are probably going to need to go in preparing for a fight. But as you're thinking about all of this, and as you're putting all of these pieces of information together, it occurs to you that you're not sure what exactly he was there for in the first place. If he succeeded, and meaning that he did whatever he needed to do and will no longer be there, perhaps then he won't be on field, but somebody else might. No one has any accounting of Scarlet. And so you guys are going to need to present a united front to ensure that you are not separated, divided, conquered again. The last thing your insight nets you is that your team is volatile at the best of times. This may go poorly either way.
Now the question is, how the hell do I mitigate that? Because there's no way I can probably divide them through all of this. I mean, there is a way, but it's just a battle of who's going to be the best fit. Because, again, we need that unified front. I am probably going to need my Dawnbreakers there at the junkyard to try to get what we need.
You probably need all of them, but you need to say something to them. This needs to stay mission first. Otherwise, you guys will fail. The scrapyard is important for some reason. Important enough that Mordecai himself was willing to stake it out.
Okay.
That, I will say, with your 6 insight, that will also net you the idea that whatever else had been there from the story that you heard from Benji and Aurelia and Wraith, that there had been things there guarding it. There is something else in the scrapyard that could be important. And for that reason alone, it may be a harder fight than you're initially anticipating.
Okay.
Natalia is staring at you expectantly.
Lincoln is drumming his fingers before he turns back, and he's just grabbing pieces. Alright. We got 3 different problems we gotta face. First, we got the talking heads that are making their way down towards where our junkyard site is going to be. The junkyard itself, and last but not least, the island that's coming up this way. The talking heads are after us. There's no lie about that. But we need to keep them at bay long enough for our junkyard team to scab what we need and get out of there as fast as possible. I need a strike force of some of your guys' best fighters, 2 or 3 of your drivers, minimum 2, maximum 3 vehicles. Are you guys able to give us that? He's asking openly to the table.
Lawrence will sign, I can get one of the trucks ready. Grace leans back for a moment. I suppose I could ask Damien to borrow the truck, or more importantly, we could just ask Damien to drive. So there's a driver and a vehicle. There's 2.
Take those 2. The truck can fit. Lawrence's vehicle can fit a maximum capacity of how many?
Lawrence will sign 6.
6, and the Hummer should be able to capacitate at least 7. take teams of 5 and 5. I'd like an even break of melee and ranged, if that's possible. If you guys have a combat medic, have one there just in case. That being said, don't expend all of your forces because we still need to have a front here at Haven. The Eidolon's going to come knocking on our door, and they're going to try to weaken one of the voices. I'm not sure which one. I have a very good feeling it might be the Hunter. Just the general grievous human nature that comes out of it. I think they're after you. So, with that in mind, we also need to make sure that we have as many defenders up and ready to show that we're not afraid to push back. This is once again out to the open table.
Yes. Natalia is silent for a moment until you say that I think they're after you. She leans forward. So you are saying they're coming for us?
A high possibility.
I suppose it was only a matter of time.
There's no lie that there's still a backhand deal going on with Greed and the Eidolon. This is just another way to get you guys snatched into his claws. And if that happens, that's apocalypse.
Erica makes eye contact with Natalia. Perhaps it would be best if the hosts of the Hunter provided our protection for this one. Until we are certain who the target is. Natalia sort of snorts a little bit irritably. I will come with you. The rest of my people remain behind.
Great question. Totally unrelated to this entire conversation. Is Lincoln aware that... Lincoln is still aware that some of the Hunter units are mobilizing for their own agenda, right?
Yes.
Have they already left?
Not all of them have. Some of them have left. From what you have gathered, just kind of from moving around the building, from the rumor mill that's kind of going around, they have been mobilizing for not their own hunt, not to leave permanently, but it sounded like a search and rescue mission. Something happened to another group of their other hosts somewhere else, and they had to leave to go and deal with it.
Okay. This is not a conversation to be had at the table right now. There are more pressing matters at hand. But he just raises his eyebrow. He raises his eyebrows and gives a knowing nod. And I'm like, I don't see an issue with that.
Erica will look at you. I believe it would be best if me and mine remained behind. Here at the building.
Okay.
We can reinforce the old tongue that keeps them turned away. We have pieces of what the End Mother had been looking in with respect to the Gorgon. It should help.
Lincoln's gonna look over to Benji for a moment. Does Pit Boss have any say on this?
Waiting to see if he's got a way in here.
I mean, most of my hosts are still coming back. We're still in bad shape. I can send a couple people with you, but it's probably best if I stay back. and keep the barrier going. You know?
You want Chance and I back on that too?
No, you two go on. There's enough of us here. Now, at least.
Okay, I'll check with the hobo. I think he's working on his grand project still, so
Mm-hmm.
I might need to drag him away from it just for him to take a break.
Yeah, good luck with
I've got ways.
that.
I can take the bucket.
I am so glad that these rooms are made out of cinder blocks.
Look, cinder blocks is not enough for me to block it out, so you know. You deal with it.
Okay.
Wait a second, come on, we're not that bad.
Was Lincoln actually able to hear this? I know my comment was just an out of character jab, but like, is Lincoln able to hear this, or is Benji gonna have to relay that?
You can hear it.
Okay. Lincoln is gonna put his hands on the table. He's like, all right. The pit bosses, Chosen, and Host are gonna stay here, excluding Benji and Chance. They'll be with the Dawnbreakers on their mission going out towards the junkyard. He's going to look over at Odd. I am probably going to need your help and a couple of other runner hosts and any skeptic scouts you guys might have. He looks over to Brian.
Odd drums his fingers for a moment. I could ask Charlotte, who we've got to spare, but what do you need us for? What do you need us to do?
There was something important there at the junkyard, more than the pieces that we were picking up. Mordecai was trying to go after something. I don't think it was just coincidence that he was able to find us and go to that specific junkyard to create a confluence. There is something there that could be another MacGuffin to this entire situation. And if so, it's going to be fortified. If not him, it could be Scarlet. If not Scarlet, it could be the pair.
They'd wiped the junkyard's defenses out even before we got there, so they were definitely looking for something. The other people who'd been there had gotten killed before we arrived.
Yeah, I'll round a couple up and we'll go out ahead.
Okay. He's going to look over to Brian. You don't have to dig for voice stuff if you don't want to. You can hold defense if that's what you think is going to be best for the Skeps.
Brian kind of rubs his face. This is all in the effort of cooperation. I think we're best hanging back for now, though.
Okay.
There aren't a lot of us, and we know that they're trying to kill us.
All right.
Maybe while you guys are out, I'll see if I can't figure out how to make contact with Ishmael or whoever the fuck his name is.
At that note, after a conversation that he had with Kira, he's going to pull out his phone and just whip out a message to Arcana to see, do you still have contact with your dad? I need to reach him.
You're going to get back a lot of question marks.
No questions. Need it now. And he's going to put his phone away.
Kira can keep 0 secrets.
Okay. I've got someone on the inside that might be able to get me in contact with Ishmael. Just so long as he's still alive.
Alright, well if you can get us contact, then we can try to reestablish and go from there.
Perfect. Alright. I'll make sure you guys still have some extra backup just in case. We still got one last faction that we don't have up here, and that's the Club Kids. So, the Club Kids will either probably be staying back to help here, or they're probably going to be helping us out at the junkyard. I have faith in the strike forces to be able to handle the talking heads. Need something small but powerful, so pick your best, get them loaded up.
You got it.
Questions, comments, concerns, rapes, grapes, complaints. This is the last place to do it before we begin to launch this.
Nothing that cannot wait, says Erica, and then gets to her feet. I will make sure that we have the place well defended.
Benji comes and rubs his eyes. You need anything else from any of us before to help with that?
No, not for now. Erica will then head back down and begin rallying some of the other in her teeth hosts, who are, a lot of them are kind of in the basement sort of area. Working.
Baxter's gonna follow.
Okay.
I am quickly going to stop that. I need your ass right here because we're about to have a very serious talk.
Okay, he's not going to follow.
Baxter just fucks off into the distance.
Baxter tries to fuck off and then just gets yoinked back by the neck of his shirt.
Natalia will get to her feet. I will alert the others, and I will join you here when I have finished. And she heads out.
I think it's just going to take a very deep inhale and exhale. Hey, Benji, Bax, can you do me a favor?
What
Sure.
do you need?
Gather the Dawnbreakers. I need to talk with them right now.
Okay.
Right.
Alex is usually up, right?
Usually working on the tower. Surprised she hasn't run out of parts yet.
I'll go start with her and work my way down. You want them all up here?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Dawnbreakers, you are rounded up. Now somebody comes in and fetches you from the infirmary. As Atticus returns, he lets you know they're asking for the rest of you to talk about the mission. I will be accompanying you as well, apparently, so lovely. And he sends Nell up, as everybody is.
I was muted.
Welcome back to Unmuted. Atticus sends you up to go and meet with the rest of them.
She's gonna ask him to check her implant before she goes out.
He will give it a look.
Just to make sure it's fine before she goes out.
He does a cursory examination. It seems to be in good working order for the time being. We'll see if you get.
Okay.
We'll see if you get boxed in the ears when you're gone.
Please no.
Okay.
She'll go out and meet with everybody.
Okay. All of you round up. Lincoln, where do you call everybody? Do you call everybody up to where you had been at the tower or somewhere else?
Yeah, back up at the tower. It's a nice scenery. I say nice in air quotes.
Okay. Everybody goes upstairs.
Yep.
Real quick for funsies, since everybody is now coming together again.
Please don't.
Too late.
God damn it.
Roll me a random.
Just for the folks who are awake, right?
Just for the people who are present and awake.
Woo!
Good.
Oh, look at that. Good. Holy shit, look at those good rolls.
I'm gonna ruin it.
Hey!
Oh my God.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
ruin it.
No, our luck is high.
It's hot!
You are your lows are vastly outnumbered by your high rolls this time. For the first time in ever?
No. We had one other.
no.
We've had a couple other times where we've had some high luck.
I mean, as a group united, this is probably one of the first times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut up. We had one high roll during that finale. One.
Yeah, look where that ended up.
I mean,
That was due to different circumstances.
It's
Yeah.
good that you had that one high roll, otherwise Kira would be dead.
I know.
Uh,
She's trying so hard to live.
So is Kaede.
Let me wake
I'm
up.
trying so hard.
I got so far.
Let me wake up.
In the end, it didn't even matter.
Let me out.
Wow.
I'm tempted to make a fucking bring me to life joke, but anyway, moving on.
Do it.
I'll evanescence this, don't worry.
Wake you up inside. Anyway, so you all make your way up to the tower. You see that the table that Lincoln has been sitting at and is sitting at now, and you all join him here. Lincoln, did you call for representatives from the club as well? So
yes.
Okay.
Benji would have probably passed the word along too when he went and fetched Chance.
Up comes Ash. Is still not conscious. She's still in bad shape. Dax was stabbed, yes, but decided that he was going to be up here and representing. So he is up here with Wisteria. And she helps him into a chair. He sits down, gives her a nod of thanks. I'm here. I'm good. So,
Nice. Hysteria.
Hey, how's it going?
Lincoln looks out like, I'm kind of missing the summer bloom.
Yeah,
You should see what it looks like on the barrier.
This is weird. You can see the edge of the barrier from here. You're on the roof.
Yeah. Just the actual, like, stick your hand out into night.
Yeah, that's weird.
All right. So, before I get into nitty-gritty details, he mainly looks with, like, just a stern stare to his team. That's soon replaced with a attempted smile. I'm gonna give you guys a rundown of what the hosts and I were talking about. So, this is a three-pronged plan. A collection of hosts are going to be taking a strike force out towards the southeast side where the talking heads were marching. They're going to be trying to keep them distracted long enough for a scavenger team to take out what we need from the junkyard, finish up stuff for the tower, bring it back. However, one of our patrols earlier today found some footprints marching around in a circle, which means the Eidolon is making their way here. Because of that, we need to make sure this place is still fortified. We have some hosts that are mixed around between the End Mother, the Hunter, some of the Gambler, and some of the Skeptics. They're going to be sticking behind to try to hold a unified front. Where I need the club most right now, I need some of your fighters to stay back here at Haven. Help out with the defenses, fit in where you can, try to hold the line. I'm also going to need some more scouts because there's a bigger picture going on at the scavenging yard right now. There was something that Mordecai was looking for. Don't know what, but there's a bigger picture that needs to be painted. Are you guys able to split forces like that, or do you need to focus in one area?
No, we can split. We've got, I think, 20 of us, so yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Well, 14 that are up, but yeah, we can still, yeah.
You got some hands. I appreciate that. Now, over to the rest of you guys. What have we been working on? What have we accomplished? Is there anything that needs to be brought to the table?
Mostly just the last parts we're going to need for the tower, which is in our destination.
Alex, you were able to get the fittings and the housings ready for the parts that are needed. So all that now is necessary is for you guys to find those parts, slot them in, and power up this tower.
But everything, the housing, everything is ready, so the moment we get the stuff in, we'll be able to finish it.
Okay. That's good. He's gonna pay his attention over to Nelm. What's our status on Kaede and Kira?
Kaede still hasn't woken up. She's not doing good. Her temperature keeps rising. We've got ice bags on her to try to keep her temperature down. Her heart's still fluctuating. It's Atticus and William are doing the best they can. Kira still hasn't woken up.
Kira has been stable for a few days as well, so she's in stable condition.
But Kira's stable. Kaede is not. She's not meeting eye contact with Race.
That's fine. Wraith is staring at the floor and seems to be thinking about other things at the moment.
Was anyone
Good.
checked on Adam?
I made sure that Benji points over at Wraith. He got some sleep after the last time we checked on Adam.
Yeah, she got breakfast. I made sure she got breakfast, and then he just kind of trails off and continues to stare at the floor.
He got her
We've
to
been
take
making
some rest, so
we've been making sure she takes breaks.
Okay.
Also, Atticus gave me some trauma kits to pass out to you guys. Just in case, for the mission.
That'll probably help.
And she
Give some to
sits down
the-
4... Sorry.
4 trauma kits?
Yeah, she'll set down 4 trauma kits on the table.
Inside each
I have
trauma
one-
kit is a surgical kit, so sutures, needles, and the necessary things to do stitches. But also you find in each trauma kit there is a half shot of adrenaline and a shot of Narcan or naloxone.
Okay.
I can only carry 1, but if it comes down to it, I can use it.
Lincoln's
I'm
just
as-
gonna push one back to Nell, like, you are basically our combat medic in this situation, so yeah, I'll trust
Yeah,
you with that.
I'm as close to a combat medic as you're gonna get.
Lincoln will take the other and just toss it into his backpack that's next to his chair. He's
And
gonna look over to Dax. You wanna
Alex
take one?
can take.
What?
I was gonna say Alex has a +2 medicine, so
Okay, Alex can take one.
Baxter also has one. And he's got lay on hands and surgical improv.
Um,
Well, okay.
Do you want?
I
do you
was
want-
going to ask if Dax wanted to pass one of those trauma kits out to one of the Blackout Club kids, because they're also a factor.
No, I'm just saying that
there's 4 of them.
there's 4 to pass out because Nell has 1 herself and then 4 extras.
He
Okay.
gave her 5. Nell kept 1
Gotcha.
and gave you the other 4.
Cool. All right. So 1 for Lincoln, 1 for Alex, 1 for Bax. Last one he'll offer over to Wisteria to divvy out to any kid that's going to be going out.
Do you want me with you, Lincoln?
Yeah. Dawnbreakers are sticking together. The only person
Oh.
that I don't think will be coming with us right now is Jack. I kind of want Jack to stick back.
No,
Sounds
kind of.
Something wrong?
No. I know I'm new, and I know you guys don't know me very well, so.
You're filling the fact that we've got 2 bodies down, so
Brady,
Any
if you count
experience in
that
this
in.
point?
Lillian can hit all of us though. If she
Yeah,
gets a
but
cane
she-
like if she gets a cane like Charlotte, we're done for.
Yeah, but Lily can't see any of you.
But that's not
Apparently
gonna
cannot
stop her.
climb up here, which may be one of the reasons Lincoln may or may not be hosting this meeting up.
Wow! Oh man, I can't wait for Lillian to find out about that.
He knows it's coming. I want to go out on a mission. No. I want to go out on a mission. No.
What the? The screen went really weird for that. What the?
I am doing that.
Okay. I was very worried.
All right. Is there anything else that the club needs from us before we divvy out on this mission?
How many of us do you need?
As many as you're willing to give.
I'll send 7 kids with you. And
7
take
works.
7 back. Yeah.
Give me at least 4 rangers and 3 diggers.
I'll see what I can do.
Thanks. Other than that, I don't need anything else from you guys, so you 2 are free to go. Nell, you're welcome to disperse if you want. I got to talk with the actual team, but you're welcome to stay as well.
If you don't mind, I'd like to stay.
That's perfectly fine.
Wisteria will help Dax up. The 2 of them will bid you all goodbye, and they will head back downstairs.
Before Dax leaves, Nell will give a hug to Dax.
He will give her a hug back. Good luck. We'll see you when you get back.
Yeah. Be safe.
You too. Stay awake.
You too.
And they head downstairs.
Like, it's gonna wait for a moment. Inhale through his nostrils. Pinch his nose. Alright. If anyone's got shit to say right now, gotta fucking say it. Get it out, get it in the air, get it done, get it over with.
Hamilton, you're probably going to need to give a little bit more context.
Alright, look, here's the deal. It is clear that a lot of us in this situation are water and oil. I am not gonna beat around the bush. I know people have problems with everyone else. I know people are trying to play nice, but after these missions are done, there's still some beating around. We are an incredibly messed up group. And that also applies to situations that happen in the field. We have already lost 3 people already because of the inaccurate actions that need to happen. So, here's the bottom line. We need this to go off without a hitch. I need you guys to put your shit aside and work together. Stop talking to each other outside of these missions. Work along. Suck it up. If you have problems, just work together. Please, for the love of God. Can you guys do that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I need an audible yes from everyone.
I think the problem is there's never going to be the trust that we want, but there should at least be respect.
Can you guys give that level of respect to make sure that we get out of this alive?
I can do that.
I can do that too.
Chance is just gonna shrug and say, yeah, because I audibly control him. Benji?
Of course.
Aurelia?
Yep.
Alex?
Hasn't changed since I first started doing it.
I need a yes.
Fine, yes.
Okay. Fucking act like it. We're heading out towards... He's gonna stop. Smile over at Nell. Nell, do you agree to these terms and conditions?
I mean, I don't really know y'all, but yeah.
Okay. That out of the way. Put your problems aside. Suck it up. Work together. We're leaving here in 2 hours. We're going to need a lot of supplies. Expect a fight. We need people to focus on digging. We need people to focus on surveillance. Wraith, Benji, and Aurelia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You 3 know the site the best.
Yeah.
I think they've got it rearranged.
Even if it's rearranged, you still at least know some of the surface area. Can you at least navigate us once we get there?
Yeah. Should be able to do that easy.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, it looks like an arena. The last time we were there, the pulley thing, he makes a gesture, was still operable and can still pick up cars. Mordecai had the remote. He might still have it.
Alex, do you think you can remove any access to that control?
Most likely if I get to it.
Okay. Chancel raises a hand of like, I got some crane experience. I'm somewhat OSHA certified.
See,
might actually.
Oh, you go ahead.
It might be useful if we keep it operational, if only because its range should be able to swing things outside of the gate, the gate and the fence.
Yeah, but it only but there's still a manual control to it, right?
I wasn't able to get inside. There was a anomaly under it. At least I think it was. It didn't have eyes or a mouth. It had hands though.
I got
Big.
bit by one.
Yeah, well,
You caught those
Did
hands
mine.
a few times.
Yeah. It had hands, big, but it was like it wasn't trying to attack me. It just was trying to grab me the whole time, and it wouldn't let me actually get into the cab.
Okay. So that's also good to know. Alex, can you help me go to the club kids that are going to be walking with us and show them how to use Remember Thy Name?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thanks.
I'm gonna be real honest. I don't think there's enough left in that. If we get run into those once again, they were taking orders from Mordecai. It's like you could communicate to him.
Well, there's two different ways we can go about it if we want to try to follow the Old Tongue route. There's Burn the Danger and Remember Thy Name. Do you think they're that far gone that we have to execute that?
There was nothing left in them, Lincoln.
Alex, you know what to do.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I'm gonna just point out, given that we were in the junkyards pretty close to some pretty flammable stuff, maybe change instead of burn. We might need to try something else. I don't know though.
There was a lot of blood and oil, and given that there were cars, there's probably gas.
It's a little volatile for fire.
Okay. No burn.
I
We'll
would
try
hope
change.
I would hope you guys realize I would not use fire.
It
Old
was
tongue's old tongue.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, cut. I don't know.
From their list of words, what do they have that would basically be more of a permanent harm or death kind of word that they know?
You do know the word kill.
Yeah,
Yep. My memory is not great, so I had to.
there's the
ask.
old tongue channel.
Yeah, we do have a channel.
We do have a lexicon, yes.
It hasn't had an update since June, but you do have the channel there.
There's a few things that you guys need to give us still.
Sure. If you can get the tower up, that'd be great.
No, you sent it over. You just haven't dropped it in the channel yet because I was late giving you descriptions.
Oh, okay.
So the ones that you guys know were exchanged to us previously. It's just not been put in
yes.
the channel.
I will get to that later.
I also need the words from In Her Teeth.
You have most of those words, actually.
Yeah, I just did them physically.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next matter. Wraith, Aurelia.
Yeah.
You are probably the best trackers that we have. While we're digging up the last parts that we need, there is something else that I think that Mordecai was looking for. I don't know if it was a cipher. I don't know if it was another MacGuffin that we are not aware about. I'm aware that it is something, otherwise he would not have been there, other than to cause grief. So, while we're digging all this up, can I trust you two to passively look for anything?
I can spot if Skybeam's willing to help me find, and we'll try to dig out what we can.
Yeah, sure thing. Besides, I can see a tiny bit better in the dark. That might come in handy too.
The junkyard is within a spot of the longest night, correct?
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna be fine. That being said, again, I don't know what he was looking for. He's gonna hate saying this, but there may be a high possibility that there could be some sort of curse to it. Yes, that's
only
100%
said
a
that-
compel to Aurelia.
Wraith looks at it like he only said that, you know, some banter about giving up slugs in our head. Then he said he wanted to make it easy. Told Skybeam he'd be gentle. That was kind of weird.
Bet you stands up.
But after Sky went down, he said he had what he wanted, so I don't know.
He injected something into Aurelia, right?
Yeah.
That's right. That an entire talk about blood.
After that, oh, right. There's still the dreamscape problem.
Yeah.
That's not something that we can focus on right now, unfortunately. We have to get this tower running, and then we got to deal with the double fork that we have coming towards us.
Well,
what
I'm
kid's
more so
talking about is the one that's near there.
Yeah. It happened almost as soon as we left. It could possibly be something to look out for while we're there. We don't know where it came from or where it was going. Or how big the radius is.
Lay on hands might be able to help with that, correct? This is an out of character question to the GM.
With dreamscapes?
Yes.
To a degree. She can help isolate the location that you might find an anchor for a dreamscape. She does not have many hosts that are here in the building. A lot of her hosts are still on the move, on the way. So there are a pod of hosts that are here that could try to help. Largely, though, they are focused on helping the wounded and the dying.
Is there anyone else that could help?
Unfortunately, the voice that was best at doing that is dead.
Ah, yeah, thanks, asshole.
Fuck.
Lincoln
Really?
is the bridge of his nose.
And that's one of the effects of Die For You's Old Tongue ability. It's the reason he was able to sometimes wake Camden Blaine.
I really gotta talk to MTL. Okay.
That being said, at least for the, I don't know, communication-wise with the team, I'll be stacking Death's Throne when we go out.
Okay. We'll have some tracker hosts and some club kids that are going to be helping us in the background. Nell?
Yeah.
Do you mind asking a couple of Samaritan hosts to come with us to try to find an anchor point where this dreamscape is coming from?
I can ask, but with everyone being hurt, I don't know if they can pull away. But I'll see what I can do.
I'll make sure Odd puts a couple trackers with him. He is still aware of the very intense promise that Taste the Wind has made.
Nom nom.
Very much compelling.
It's kind of why the whole reason I ain't hosting yet.
All right. Are there any holes that I might have missed? Is there anything else that we need to go over in this facility?
Benji has a question he wants to ask RTD, but he's kind of muttering it under his breath.
Okay.
Do you want me to DM that to you?
Sure.
Cool.
Lincoln mentioned we'll be splitting going in, right? Or are they all going in together?
We're all going in together.
Okay. Let's check it.
I just want you guys to take point in the investigation because you're familiar with the area.
I can ask the Samaritan if she can do it through me. I don't know if she can because I ain't hosting yet.
There's a possibility, but there might be a lot of strain for one person to handle.
I'm a chosen of her as well.
Is
What are
she?
you on here?
She's bridging.
Oh.
Oh. Well,
I don't know if bridging will have the same effect that we might be looking for. And as I mentioned, we're going to be going into this expecting a fight. I don't want you dividing between so many different tasks. I'd rather you focus on what you have with the End Mother than try to focus on what you have bridged. That is good information to have, though, so thanks for telling us.
She's gonna kind of give a little shrug and just lean back, arms folded.
Would Wraith be able to concentrate to focus enough to build a stack before they go out?
I think that would cause a change of scene, so you might activate it now, but it's going to disperse before we leave.
Correct. You're gonna want to wait.
Okay.
Now I was gonna ask Lay on Hands a question.
Okay.
Lay on Hands, are you there?
I am. What is it?
Is there a way that you can use me as an anchor for the dreamscape, or do I need to find a host?
Well, typically, people are not the anchors for dreamscapes and, well, shouldn't be, I should say. Often you'll find that certain objects are usually the source. Locating them is another matter. I don't... It is something only my older hosts are capable.
Could the silo have been the anchor?
Silo?
Yeah, when they were tending to Sky, there was a silo and like a barn and stuff. That's when we saw he makes quotations, the truck, and then it disappeared.
It's possible. If it's something as large as a building, that's a very significant problem.
What's the smallest an anchor could be?
About the size of a bread box. Anchors can be small or large. It's unlikely the anchor is a person, but it's not impossible. And in those cases, it can be incredibly dangerous.
Given what we've seen and what the people here got warped into, I wouldn't really put it past our enemy to make a human anchor. Or what used to be a human anchor.
Well, I suppose we will find out.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Potentially. We might be able to feel its general location, at least a little bit. But breaking the dreamscape, that's entirely different.
I think for now we don't need it broken, just held at bay long enough for us to get what we need.
That is not really how that works. It is either here or it is not. And to my knowledge, there is only one other voice with enough control over liminal spaces to push them back. And it is not me. And I doubt very much she would lend us her help, given that she is trying to kill us.
I'd rather not ask for help.
One of the bitches.
Which,
I'd rather not ask for her help. If it's who I think it is.
Alright. Wraith looks to Lincoln. Since we're moving out in 2 hours, if we're good, I want to go stock up on some supplies and ammo.
One last thing, just to make sure all of our covers are covered. Alex, Baxter,
Yes.
you guys have run in with the Reaper recently, right?
Yeah.
It was the one person with the knife to Alex's throat, correct? There wasn't anything
Mhm.
else? Alright. As Benji mentioned, as these three mentioned, this place is shaped like a marina. Or, not a marina, an arena. Wow. Wake up, Marley. Jesus Christ.
There are no fish around.
There are
There are-
so many boats.
There are so many boats.
It's landlocked, but they're there.
Wow, I didn't realize we were in Night Vale, guys.
I mean, there are a lot of boats because there's been a lot of ships here in deep structures. Let's be real.
Ha.
Toot toot,
Wow.
motherfuckers.
Wow.
Teenagers gonna teenage.
Ah, perfect. Thanks.
Oh my god, I can't breathe. Oh fuck.
You killed him. Great. We're done.
I mean,
Okay,
he's
guys.
not wrong though.
Oh. Okay.
Anyway.
Anyway, this place is going to be shaped like a marina. We're going to have some sort of confrontation. If it's not the Talking Heads, it's going to be Mordecai. If it's not Mordecai, it's going to be Scarlet. If it's not Scarlet, it's going to be the Reaper. If it's not the Reaper, it could be a mix of any of them. So I need you guys to come prepared. Get whatever weapons, get whatever armor, get whatever you need to make sure that you feel confident that this mission will succeed. Because no matter what, this mission has to succeed or we are fucked. Alright?
Yeah, got it.
Audible
it.
yeses from everyone, please.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, I made some noisemaker arrows.
That might come in handy. There's a lot of, well, junk, so there's a lot of cover. Line of sight is a thing. Or like
And then there's also a secret arrow that I made that I'm not going to reveal yet.
Then why did you say anything?
I would definitely feel a lot more comfortable if you told us what the secret arrow was.
A fire arrow?
To the place that we were told to literally not use fire.
Perhaps
I want to
leave it
leave that one
behind.
here.
To that point, it might behoove us not to use explosive arrows either.
I don't know how to make
if,
those yet.
If we're running
Fire-
away and we set the place
noisemakers-
on fire.
Noisemakers are fireworks. Fireworks are at least a grade 1 explosion. It might not be big, but it's big enough to cause a fire.
I would like to avoid fire at the moment. Besides, even if we're running away and set the place on fire, it's a picture we
So,
don't
no
need.
distraction arrows?
Not right now.
Not right now. We'll use
Okay.
standard noisemakers if we have to make a serious getaway, but we do not use them in the arena. Unless we absolutely have to.
How heavy was the rain, by the way, GM?
It was heavy enough that it left a lot of pools of water in the woods.
Okay. So in theory, it might have cleaned some of the blood up, but made entirely new problems.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yeah. Welcome to dangerous terrain.
Thanks.
No problem.
Lovely.
Joke's on you, I got hardcore parkour.
Joke's on you, I have that too.
Hey, how are your busted lungs?
That's fine. I just listen. Don't you
Benji.
GM me.
Are you about to say something?
I was, yeah. One thing about the area that we're heading to, the junkyard had a lot of packed dirt. It rained pretty heavy. It's probably going to be a mud pit. So make sure you've got some good boots, but
Please no sneakers. He looks a chance. Please no flip-flops.
it's also just a problem. How many folks have, I don't know, good grapples? We might need to climb around a bunch of shit too.
I got my grappling hook. I think Gene still has one too if he's not bringing his cricket bat.
I still have mine as well.
We should still have the spare grappling hook in the Camino as well.
Yeah, I left it in there. A lot of climbing, probably fall dangers, considering things are stacked.
But also, it's going to be hard to run real fast if it's as muddy as it is in the woods.
Yeah.
The blood's probably gotten washed off, which is good. It kind of looked a little bit like a horror movie.
I mean, if the blood's gone-ish, we might have less things that are hungry around the area when we get there.
Or they might have restashed the place or gotten more people who work there. Before we got there, they'd killed everyone who worked at the place, so...
And we're eating them, by the way.
Yeah, they were doing that.
Oh, that's nasty.
But the main reason to point it out is just it's going to be a little difficult to run around.
It's going to be a little difficult to run around, but we can still use that to our advantage.
Yeah, we were able to sneak by the distracted ones fairly easily.
Not only that, but if it's rough terrain for us, it's rough terrain for them. Just something to keep in mind.
What we could also try to do is maybe see if we can get some, or find some crappy plywood that we're not going to use, and just lay it across some of the areas we need to move around on. That way we don't get stuck in the mud.
Backstory, can I trust you guys to try to pick some of that up before we leave out?
Yeah. Also, I did find some climbing gear, but it's mostly for rock climbing. But I wonder if I can, like, mix it around for other climbing, too.
You kind of can.
Maybe
Okay.
like a pulley system if we need it.
Yeah.
If we can't get the crane to work, we could rig a pulley up, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get a couple of plywood boards that we're not using. In the very least, we could put it across the top of the barbed wire on the fence around and just have it as an easier exit out.
Or multiple exits.
Having multiple exits in an area that was easily cut off is not a bad idea. I wonder if they repaired the fence after Atticus drove through it.
I was wondering the same thing. There was also, the giant warded eye door.
Linga's just gonna pull out his phone again and send a message over to Dax. Just a friendly reminder, please be careful closing your eyes, or just don't close them at all. And he'll tell that to the group, and so I was like, it's clear something happens when folks close their eyes now. Please try to avoid it as much as possible. Please and thank you.
Well, at least once we clear the woods, we'll be away from the vast majority of trees with eyes on them.
Sometimes warded eyes don't pop up under his trees. Just, I don't know. I don't like the whole closing eyes things. I never liked it. I hate it with a passion. I know it helps, but like,
I know.
it doesn't help in this situation.
I'm just gonna be
specifically on the way out. The trees did have eyes. I'm not I'm like, yeah, I'm not making a guess.
Yeah.
Benji just under his breath. How the fuck does closing your eyes help?
It doesn't.
Not here. What was the way one of the kids tried to explain it to me? Sometimes the truth is somewhere where you can't actually see it.
You're such a skeptic. Wraith just kind of grins before patting him on the shoulder, like, alright, I'm gonna ammo up.
Yep. You got your tasks. You know what you need to do. Pack up, get everything ready. We're leaving in 2 hours.
Got it.
Who's driving?
I'll drive, and I'm probably not going to take the Camino given the weather situation that you told me about.
Are we taking the RV?
I don't think the RV would be a good idea either.
Okay, no.
Did we ever get the RV armored up?
Yeah, we
You sure
busted
did.
through a fucking barricade with it
Sure
once.
did, but it's still broken as shit.
It is the RV is still being repaired right now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You could sleep in it, but not really drive it.
I'm
You
sure there
can
are some
drive it, but it's
spare
gonna make a lot
all-wheel.
of noise that it shouldn't be making.
I'm sure there are some spare all-wheel drive vehicles that we might be able to take.
Yes, there are a collection of stolen chorus trucks that are all-terrain vehicles.
My trucks.
The
No.
trucks.
I'll ask Damien to take some of the fleets.
Before Wraith completely walks out, he'll just look back. He's like, "Do I need to bring Saboteur?"
Place was close.
He's
enough
gonna
for the
look over
song.
to Aurelia for this one. It's like, I think we need at least one. So it's either gonna be you, Sky, or Jean.
And
I'll let you three pick.
the issue I worry about, I will take it along, but the issue is if the song gets too much, with currently me hearing it quite too well. And I need concentration because it's more of a mental thing.
Do we need to bring two?
It
Oh.
would help in case something does happen. One never knows.
Okay.
Wraith, I want you to bring Saboteur. Jean, I'll let you take another tech
I got it.
when Jean gets back. As a gentle suggestion.
Okay.
Anything else?
Wraith's deck is primary Saboteur now.
Be gone with you.
Okay. With that, why don't we go ahead and take our first break since it's been about 2 hours. When we come back, we will gear everybody up and load out. We will be right back.
Please.
We will come to Rin last in the turn order. As far as who is getting what. So.
Oh, hold on. Can you put the hat on Jack?
Oh,
Or is
yeah,
Lillian
that's
coming
right.
with us? Jack, are you coming with us?
Yes.
We need a hat. Hat this man.
Lillian would come, but I don't think people will let her.
Hell no.
Absolutely the fuck
Wait.
not.
Given that Lincoln held a meeting on a roof specifically so that Lillian wouldn't be able to get to it.
I said may or may not. I cannot confirm or deny this.
Uh-huh.
Lillian wandering around. Lincoln, you cannot hide from me forever.
Lincoln's just up on the ladder. Watch me.
Watch me, bitch.
Yay, hat.
You have to sleep sometime, Lincoln.
Yeah, he does.
I've slept in the car before. By golly, I'll do it again.
She knows she'll get someone to tell her where your car is parked. You are not gonna hide.
I have faith in my boys.
I'm back.
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining Lillian going, Wraith? Where's Lincoln? He told me not to tell you. Wraith?
That's okay. I feel that Lillian needs to get a cane to be able to start smacking the shit out of everyone.
No. No, please. Do not let her connect with Charlotte.
Yes! Yes!
In that aspect, Wraith will become Brian in that one episode of Family Guy's like, I'm a good boy.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So. Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna go down the line. You guys will pick out your equipment for the run. You will have a brief encounter before you leave, and then we will head off to your mission.
Yay!
Left to right on screen. Remember, it's standard loadout plus 3 additional items. Alex, what are you taking?
Okay, give me a second for my brain to work, because it's a thing. So, standard loadout, 3.
Yep, standard loadout is everything you can get out of a rocket.
The first 4 things on the inventory. Bandage, energy
Okay,
bar,
thank you.
flashbang, trank dart.
So first off, I'm going to be taking the bow.
Okay.
Have I had time to customize anyone else's bows?
Not yet.
I'd increase the first 4 items by 1. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then up to the cap.
I would take, in addition, a tripwire.
Okay.
And I would say probably another lockpick.
Okay. Anything else you're grabbing?
Can I get any more? Oh no, I have 43 arrows. I'm good. But I'll just take that.
Okay. Baxter, what are you taking?
He is taking the standard loadout, and then 2 trank darts, and a noisemaker.
Okay.
And his bow as well.
Okay. Hobo?
And 30 arrows.
Mm-hmm. Hands.
The murder hobo, because I do not want to change Discord voice activations. He'll take a standard loadout, and he'll take 3 foam canisters.
Okay. Jack?
He will take... some form of bandage, and if he can, 2 flashbangs.
Okay. Gene?
Sorry, I had to figure out how to unmute.
That's okay.
He's taking the bat as his hero weapon, and then 2 flashbangs and 2 trank darts.
Okay. Nell.
First aid kit, flashbang, and a god rock.
Okay. Benji.
Can you circle back to me, honestly?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. He's never taken flip supplies before. This is very weird.
Lincoln.
No, I don't want Spencer's sheet. Go away. Here we go. That should move up to that. Okay. We'll take a standard loadout. He will also take an additional trank dart, a foam canister, tripwire. He wants to see if there's any is there any body armor that's just lying around Haven that he might be able to pick up?
Benji actually had. I've got body armor from when we raided the shop, so we've got a stash of a couple of pieces of body armor that we picked up before we did the raid.
It might come in handy. Just as a general FYI to those who might be low on physique.
I will toss the body armor that is on Benji's inventory into the general pile.
How many?
I believe it was just the one.
I think it was just one set of functioning light body armor.
I'll take it.
Okay. I'll pull it off of my sheet and you can put it on yours.
Sweet. I will take it and I will equip it.
Okay, that's a +1 to your physique.
Hold on, I have just a shitpost question. Can we just hold that over Kira and I'll roll my physique in the
No. It's a +1 to physique for the purposes of resisting attacks. You're not being attacked.
Damn it.
That's not how that works.
Oh, come on.
It is not how that works in any capacity.
I mean, we could attack her with shock paddles.
Great, you'll kill her. You want to do that?
That might... No.
You want to kill her?
No, I was just saying that we
I'll let you try.
No.
Okay, then. Anyway. Lincoln, are you taking anything else?
He does have his brass knuckles equipped as well. But otherwise... No, but he will be taking a different vehicle. He'll be taking one of the fleet Hummers.
Okay. So you guys are taking a Chorus Communities Hummer?
Yep.
Okay. Wraith. Wraith, you are muted.
I figured it out as soon as he said it.
What'd you take?
Wraith is gonna take his rifle, standard loadout, plus he's going to use an extra bandage to wrap around his shins.
Okay.
He's gonna take trank dart, flashbang, with and another tripwire.
Okay.
He's gonna take a flashlight and an extra battery.
Yep, go ahead and add that to your inventory.
And he's still got his flare that he got from Atticus. He's gonna actually hand that over to Skylar. So if she finds anything that they can't see, she can mark it.
Yes, hand the bright light to the person who is injured by bright light.
It will work out. She just needs to look away.
just look away before you light it, alright?
Besides, she usually will have Rave around as well, so she will be fine.
Okay. And that might be it. He's gonna take one of the masks just in case as well.
Okay. Aurelia, what are you taking?
Fun fact, It's
Mhm.
similar to Raves. It's a flashbang, a trank dart, and a tripwire.
Okay. And you also receive a flare gun
I
with
noticed.
1 shot.
Yo.
Benji, you figured it out?
I didn't. Bandage, energy bar, and a tripwire. And also, can he check the level of the batteries on his headphones before he leaves?
Mhm.
How good are they right now?
They're at 90%ish.
Okay.
They're still in good shape.
Oh, good. It's been a while. That's why I wanted to check.
Mm-hmm. No, you're still good. You guys have a lot of like triple or like double and triple A batteries around the base now.
It's good. Look, I'm just wanting to make sure before he goes out that, he checks his headphones. Given that he has them always on.
Okay. Anybody else do anything else before you guys load up?
I'm gonna make sure that all the environmental issues, advantages, disadvantages, things to look out for, and other topics that were brought up during our meeting is relayed over towards everyone that's going towards the dig site.
Okay.
Wraith would also like to talk to the runner host about any other potential things in the area since they were out and he's been updating his map with it.
Okay. Wraith, by talking to the other runner host, you hear about the snatchers that are on the move in the south. Roll me a random.
Gonna roll it in the right channel.
That would be wise.
Oh, yeah. 459.
Roll again.
Ah, dang it. Thanks, Economy. Appreciate you, bud.
As you're talking to some of the other runner hosts, the rest of Charlotte's tribe that have kind of started filtering into the building, you hear a couple of them whispering about something that was spotted kind of on the edge of the patrol range, something with human almost form, but the sort of eyes that reflected back like a beast.
Do they have a color for the eyes, or does he pick that up?
There was no specific color. It was just kind of like the reflection that you would see like in a raccoon's eyes or another animal's eyes in the dark.
Okay. He'll ask Wendy about it later.
Me remembering, isn't that how you described the weird anomaly-ish things that we ran into? Their eyes.
They do have those weird eyes.
And that was wait, the thing is to the south, or which side of the patrol route? Like where we're going?
They're talking about it having seen it in the west. But it sounded mobile, so it could be anywhere.
Okay. Am I good to put 2 and 2 together that it might be one of the things?
Roll me an insight.
Inside. Where are you? I think it's. I am 40% sure it is a 3. Hey, yo, it's a 3. Or it's a 0.
At least it wasn't an omen. Holy shit.
I'd like to re-roll it since he's been practicing.
Okay, what would you like to re-roll with?
I'm gonna re-roll with something isn't right.
Okay, burn your fate, re-roll.
There we go. Much better.
The things that you had seen were still of reasonably human-ish proportions to have probably been human at one point. What they're describing does not exactly sound... It sounds like you described to an AI what a human looks like, but only after you had run it through Google Translate into another language and then back. And then the AI had drawn a program for you, or drawn a human for you. It's got all the right bits, mostly from a distance, but from the way they're describing it, something sounds fundamentally wrong and different to what you had seen with the anomalies in the yard.
So something like a simulacrum or a mimicry of what a person should be.
Right.
Got it.
Very slender, very tall, very lanky.
Slenderfoot!
Not Slenderfoot. Well, hopefully not Slenderfoot.
You guys better really hope it's not Slenderfoot.
It's his cousin, Slender Ankle.
I still haven't had to hand over those mechanics yet.
No, Slender Ankle is Slenderfoot's OnlyFans.
Hubba hubba. And there's Bear popping up.
Please don't give Bear any more ideas.
I don't
Please.
like it here. I'd like to leave.
Literally, just as soon as you said that, Mr. Foot shakes bomb bombs.
Oh my god. So Wraith is he's gonna type it out as a very, like a notes, bunch of keywords type of text and shoot it over to Lincoln.
Okay.
Just so he doesn't forget. And then he's gonna go meet up with the others.
Okay. Anybody else have any last things they want to do?
Avoid Atticus? For 2 hours?
This is going with you.
Benchy is sure hoping that he's in the other car.
Why would he be?
Come on, don't be like that.
So, why exactly is Benji trying to avoid Atticus?
Good. Why are you avoiding Atticus, Benji? You want to talk?
No. Actually, I really astoundingly don't want to talk about anything. Not to Atticus, and probably not even to the pit boss at this point.
It's a shame he lives in your head, huh?
Yeah, but at least he's not asking for, discussions right now.
Not right this minute.
I said
Actually,
right now.
He's just gonna throw it in the group chat and I'll do that.
Okay. As you guys are kind of grouping up and heading towards the loading bay, you hear footsteps sprinting up behind you, as Izzy races up.
Guys, don't leave yet. I brought you something. I made something.
And she will race up to all of you and abashedly unzip her backpack and pull out braided bracelets that she made for all of you. Each of them has your code name on it. Some of them are spelled wrong. A couple of them have the letters in the wrong position, but she did her best. So she braided you bracelets. There are beads in them that are very shiny so that she could stick bedazzle rhinestones to them. And she passes them out to each of you.
She didn't do anything wrong.
She did everything right.
She did make one for Nell.
When she comes to Nell will give Izzy a big hug.
Izzy didn't write anything wrong. We just gotta redo our paperwork.
Thank you, Izzy. I love it.
I wanted you guys to remember teamwork.
And she points to the backside of the bracelet where there is a little sun with what might be a hammer hitting it. It's hard to tell.
I love this, and this is mine forever now.
Yep.
You save the world. Right?
We're all saving the world.
We will.
Thank you, Izzy.
Thanks,
There's
Iz.
definitely someone silently like don't say shit.
Oh,
Wraith
Nell's
has
immediately putting her on.
Wraith has a hand on Lincoln's shoulders like, Pat, it's a gift. Shut up and take it.
Izzy.
Mm.
This might be, aside from the bat and the cape, the best work you've done yet.
Izzy beams. She is delighted by the praise. And she finishes passing them all out and is watching everyone expectantly to make sure that you put them on.
Wraith is definitely putting his on. And he's
Goes back
putting Lincoln's on him.
Oh, I just thought
Wow,
something really
okay.
sad. I'm gonna message
It's
you.
not like he
Rin.
was gonna do it himself.
Nah. He's making sure you put that on right now in front of the child.
God damn. It's not Lillian, it's fucking you. God damn.
Lillian can't
Married
see
to
where your
two
wrists
women.
are. Yes, you are. Put it on, honey. Shut up. Wraith is also gonna look at Izzy. He's like, hey, can you do me a favor?
Uh-huh.
Can you help Kaede put hers on?
Yeah, I was gonna do that after this.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
Don't forget Kira. She's got, like, small fingers, so she probably can't do hers right now either.
Oh, you're not gonna wear Kaide's, Rin?
She's not dead yet!
Chance is 100% putting it on his ankle. He's already got too much stuff going on his wrists.
Chance.
Benji's just gonna kind of look. Chance, if you lose that because you get your foot caught, I'm going to kill you myself. Okay?
I'm too lucky to die.
And when he kills you, I'll take
shrugs it off
very nice photos of
casually.
the moment.
Just saying.
Wraith has a mental image of them having to amputate Chance's foot, but saves the bracelet.
All right. With that, Izzy, holding Kira and Kaede's and Lillian's in her hand, gives you the best curtsy that she can because she's learning and she's not good at it still, and races back off into the building looking for the rest of her targets.
Can we have a +1 to luck?
I will give you all group inspiration, where you can
Alright.
redeem it one time. We'll call it Izzy-spiration.
Izzy-spiration.
You may redeem it one time to re-roll altogether 1 luck. You will get this once this season. Use it wisely.
Thanks. Out of curiosity, my question: what name did Izzy put on Benji's?
Watchman.
Oh,
that's adorable.
Alright, guys, I have a plan. We save the Izzy-spiration, we pull it together, and we save it for Kira's next physique roll.
That's not
that's
gonna
not a
help you.
luck. It's not a luck roll.
Listen, just let me dream. Pip agrees.
Speaking of which,
What?
No.
I had you roll luck for how your travel getting there is going to be. Let's do your luck for the rest of the mission. Everybody go ahead and roll me a random, please.
Oh my god! You had to open your mouth earlier.
I wasn't
never
gonna
rolled
get
a
one.
666. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Holy shit!
Jinx the shit out of us.
God damn it!
I told you not to open your fucking mouth, man. Dichotomy listens.
My god, that's amazing!
I
Our luck is
fucking
so
warned you.
shitty!
I
Oh my
warned you!
God. Senti,
If
Senti.
better is the fact it's the
Grab
first
you.
roll.
No, it's the second one.
Almost there. Hold on.
Jean will one day remember how to spell random.
That was bullshit.
Senti.
You
Senti.
had to say something.
almost 13.
You're almost there, Jean. I
One more
promise.
letter.
I
You're
give
so
up.
close.
I give
Do
up.
you want me to do it for you?
Copy.
give up.
Just copy from someone else's line. Just grab their command. It's fine. Just copy and
So
then
close.
paste.
Oh, God.
Just copy and paste. It's okay.
Okay.
There we go.
You gotta re-roll. That's
And
mid.
it's mid.
That's me.
Copy and paste, Gene. Copy and paste.
Got it.
Roll one more for me, Jane.
I 14.
The struggle's real, Gene. I'm sorry.
Do I have to reroll too?
Yes, you do.
Hell yeah.
Hey, yo. There we go.
Hey yo,
Oh.
it gets worse. Hey.
Alright, I never thought the
So
fireballs before. They counterbalance each other. It's fine.
I just also want to point out, Senti, how many times did you say that you were never going to roll a 666? Today alone.
Dichotomy rolled up in his chair, waggled his eyebrows. He's like, just wait for it.
Beautiful.
Did I panic stack?
You may now panic stack, yes.
Thank you.
You're gonna love what aspect I used, Arcana.
If you are panic stacking at this time, please put your panic stack into VC text, please.
I have a question. Does this count as us departing?
Yes.
Do I need to roll my will?
Yes, you do.
You're gonna love this, Arcana.
Is it at disadvantage?
Nope, you're not at a disadvantage yet.
Okay.
Oh, good, you're stacking with your trouble.
I am stacking with my trouble.
It's fine. Nothing can
I
ever go wrong.
see that self-preservation is out the window for this session. I got it.
Look, I've already lost one character. I'm probably gonna lose another one.
You don't have to help.
can we please try to keep our ducks in a pond this mission? Please, for the love of God.
I think that's too late. What the?
I'm gonna just
It's not too
gesture
late.
at the fucking random over there.
I mean, yes, it looks bad, but can we please just try to keep it together?
What are we?
But hey, at least we're doing panic stacks some.
Just getting those voice abilities up and running, you know.
At least no one besides me ended up in the 2 digits. I go cry in my corner anyway.
Good thing we have his inspiration. Inspiration!
All right. Are all of you in the chorus Hummer?
Yes.
Probably.
I don't
Yes.
know where I am.
Gene, you're in the Hummer with everyone else.
Okay.
We have all packed into the bus.
Question to the GM: is this getting there, the encounter? That's gonna be one scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
May I invoke instructions from the runner?
Yes, you may.
Awesome.
So, we're panic stacking, right?
That is what is going on, yes. If you are also panicking, you may also stack.
Yep. Fucking bullshit.
I'm trying to figure out what aspect Benji is going to use, since I have only half.
Today we learned a very valuable lesson. Don't
Shut up.
bite the hand that feeds you.
Shut up.
I will not.
Lincoln, you get a message from Odd that says we are heading out. We'll let you know when we get there and what we find.
I will relay that we are on our way out too. We'll meet you there. With that, he'll give one last final salute. Brave, fearless leader TM is out. God help us all. Who the hell put this man in charge?
Kira did.
All of you did.
Uh-huh.
Lawrence, Grace, Brian, Natalia, they hop into the other truck, loading up. Atticus jumps into the chorus truck with you guys. Who's driving? Lincoln? Or are you driving?
Yours truly.
Okay. You guys load up into the truck, you head out. The other vehicle tails you kind of closely behind so that you guys have a bit of a convoy. The distraction teams head out, moving off of the main road and heading deeper into the woods, leaving you alone on the road in the dark. It's utterly silent as you pass through the veil, which is something that the hosts have taken to calling the separation between the reality of Haven and the long night that shrouds the rest of the RQZ. And as you pass through the veil, you find an eerie kind of silence. You still hear the low hum of the instrument beneath the earth. That's always kind of omnipresent everywhere that you go, anywhere near the instrument, but it almost seems a little bit muted as you are moving into the woods on your way to the scrapyard. Are you prioritizing speed or lack of notice?
What does the team think?
We should get noticed.
We probably need to be as quiet about this as possible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we pull away from the other team distracting, then there's no point.
Then we're going about this sneaky beaky.
Okay. Lincoln, go ahead and roll me a drive.
Okay. Da-da-da-dee-da-da-dee-da.
I'm reposting mine real fast. I apologize.
Deedle dum.
Permission to scan the area while he's rolling that, just to see what's up.
Yep, go ahead and roll me roll me a notice rather.
Okay.
All right. I am going to go ahead and re-roll that.
Okay, what are you rolling with?
One with the engine.
Okay, go ahead and reroll. Burn your fate.
That does not help.
Sure don't. Are you sticking to the road, Lincoln, or are you taking side roads and back roads?
Is he able to relay that to the other convoy drivers to see what they would suggest in the situation?
Yes, you do have communication back and forth. Both of the trucks that you guys are taking have rigged up radios.
He will attempt to radio over, calling for navigation suggestion.
You get a response back from Brian. Hey, Lawrence is saying stick to the back roads and the service roads in the woods. They're less likely to be on the roads.
Service roads, copy.
Also to drive like you don't have anywhere to be. We look like chorus right now.
Lincoln is just gonna rev up a little bit and just drive like he's taking a stroll.
You guys travel through the woods on a service road, and as you're going, Lincoln, you are kind of taking it a little easier so the ride isn't quite so bumpy. But you guys do notice, and Wraith, you especially notice this before anybody else does, that there are patrols moving through the woods. You see flashlights. You see groups of lucids and sleepers searching for something. You don't see them particularly thick, like they're not super concentrated like you might find in Redacre, but there are a surprising number of them as you're traveling down the road that you can see through the trees. You can see the halos of light that are spilling out of the flashlights.
Do we have any field of cover that we can try to keep the convoy under?
For now, nobody has taken any notice of you.
Okay.
You aren't driving suspiciously. You're driving well enough that you just look like you're either on patrol or passing from one area to the next, without being particularly overt or suspicious.
Do I see anything worth having to relay to Lincoln?
Not yet, no. Everything seems about what you would expect. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Everything seems to be particularly normal. These look to be just regular patrols. But as you start to get closer to the scrapyard, Wraith, roll me a will save, please.
Huh, okay.
as you're looking towards the scrapyard, for a moment you see, and it's difficult to explain with words, as you watch a layer of, or like a veneer or something peel back away from the area over the scrapyard, which you can kind of see through the trees. You can more see the floodlights that are coming out from the scrapyard. You can see that they're shining towards the sky, which is partly cloudy at the moment. But you almost see the veneer of the long night pull back a little bit, like the curtain of reality wrinkles. You see the warmth of the sunlight for an instant, and then you notice that there are a lot of floodlights on the scrapyard.
So are the floodlights there? Were they there before I saw the peel, or is that revealed when the peel happened?
It's revealed afterwards.
Wraith will kind of say it out loud since they're in the car. He's just like, there's a lot more lights over there than that. They're hidden.
That's nice.
Hidden, like.
It's kind of like I guess it would be like an illusion, where they're not there, but I can kind of see it, where it's kind of like pulling back a sheet.
Aurelia, you might want to make sure you keep your glasses handy.
Maybe there's a hidden, like, battery box or something that we can shut down. Help us out when we get there.
It might be also just part of a flip a switch, have a trap.
Well, in the dreamscape there was a whole generator, but unfortunately we had to close our eyes to see it. Maybe the same deal.
Might be, but it's gonna attract attention.
Right. So last resort then. If we get spotted by a bunch of floodlights, we're gonna attract attention anyway. Better them think it's electrical failure than, know it's us.
We might need to change approach.
Wraith is also gonna kind of write that down in his notebook. He's learning to keep notes. Can't be so happy.
You guys got any suggestions?
Okay. So... Can you still see the floodlights right now?
GM, can I still see them?
They fade out of existence, except for one that is flickering and sort of like listing occasionally to the left, like something is wrong.
I can't see the other ones, but I think one of them's broken, or at least out of sync with the illusion. But I still see that one. It's kind of in bad shape. At least that's
Someone
what I think.
else point it out. Can someone else see the exact same thing?
Can Benji?
Wraith will point it out.
Roll me a will save. Those of you who are looking for it. Benji, you do not see it. Jack
Jack
you do not
doesn't
see
see
it.
shit.
Nope, Jack, you don't see shit. Alex, you do not see it. Aurelia, you do not see it.
How high do we need to roll?
A 7
Higher
or
than what
better.
we've had.
Ooh.
Wraith
I'm not
barely
even
made the
trying yet.
difficulty.
I mean, a crit is a crit, my friend.
Nothing
Okay.
wrong with giving it a try.
Notice?
Will,
Well,
don't forget you're stacking Death's Throw.
Yes, I know. Ha, 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 ha. Wait. Oh, good. Nope.
I would attempt, but I am driving.
You are driving, yes.
okay. I have no idea what you're talking about. So, if there's floodlights, but we can't see them, why don't we just operate like the whole place is essentially under eyes?
Okay.
We might need to scout around on the outside where we'd be on the outskirts of any lighting. And
You finish, sorry.
no, go ahead.
Would it be possible to point it out to in her teeth to give Alex and Baxter an advantage?
You can point it out to in her teeth, and she can kind of give them the imagery because it is something that you are passing on to her, but it would not give them advantage.
Okay. He will make her aware of it then.
Okay. You guys continue through the woods. You don't meet anybody else on the road, and it is unusually quiet out here for as many patrols as you have seen lately, and for the duolith moving around, the marching army that is basically moving across the countryside. It is weirdly, uncomfortably devoid of people.
I got a bad feeling about this.
You mean the feeling like we're walking into a trap and something's just waiting to put its jaws around us?
Oh, we're absolutely walking into a trap. There's no doubt about that in my mind. The question is, how bad of a trap is it?
You know, it's probably odd, but if there's floodlights, it could almost be reassuring in one way. Someone else is looking to see why the fucking yellow-eyed bastard was here. Which means maybe it wasn't finished, whatever the hell is doing.
Probably not. Is Lincoln able to relay the information about the floodlights over to the rest of the convoy?
Yeah, you can.
All units be advised. Please enter the site knowing that there might be visible identification on us right away. Recommend moving around the perimeter.
Okay. You continue onward?
Continue onward, but he's gonna get ready to veer to do exactly as he said and just start scouting around the perimeter.
How do you want to do that? Do you want to, like, take a lap around the scrapyard?
Yep.
Okay. Benji, roll an insight for your dumbass idea.
Wait, Benji had a dumbass idea and or is it the dumbass idea that came earlier?
Nah, this is a different dumbass idea.
He has a dumbass idea and he didn't tell Chance?
Listen, it's fine.
The suspense is killing me.
The dumb idea has been canceled.
No more dumb idea. Sag. Hmm.
All right,
Alright.
so you're taking a lap.
Yep. While I'm taking a lap, I'd just like to have the Dawnbreakers do a full notice or investigate around the area, see if they can find anything out of the ordinary.
All right, those of you who are scouting out as Lincoln does a lap around the building, or a wrap around the scrapyard rather, go ahead and roll me your notice.
Alex will deploy drone.
You're in a moving vehicle.
Oh, right. Yes, I just want to notice.
Deploy
is
drone very precariously.
Is it going to be possible to do one or the other, or is it just notice is what we're going to be using?
For right now, I am only calling notice.
Okay.
Since we're in a threatening position.
Because you are in a moving vehicle.
No, that's not what I was going to ask.
Danger sense does apply.
Thank you. I need an exclamation point there. That's also supposed to be a 3, so we'll call that a 5.
That cop move's just giving me fucking 4s no matter what.
Give me just one moment.
I don't like that.
You're getting close enough, and some of you rolled well enough that your luck is coming to bear.
Oh!
Hey!
Baxter, you did this!
What
Shut
if we
up.
all turn and rip Baxter to death with our bare hands? Would that
Hail
satiate
Stan.
him?
Hail Stan!
The dice have already fallen.
Bail no, bro.
Let us see. Alex.
Yep.
Aurelia. Wraith. Lincoln. As you are looping around the exterior of the scrapyard, you see the shimmer of the longest night where it meets reality. You see the spotlights that are sort of illuminating the area suddenly turn off of any of the entrances and immediately point skyward. And you see that the light that they form as they join together creates a duolith on the clouds.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Oh, this is speaker territory.
Holy crap, I'm glad I didn't notice that.
I wonder if it's like a retort. Because, the other symbol was in the sky the last time we were here.
There was a confluence earlier. That's true.
Is that sky symbol visible to everyone now that it's gotten, or is it getting pointed out?
Does anybody point it out?
Benji, don't look. But there is something in the sky.
More specifically, it's the breeder symbol.
Okay, that's gonna suck.
Don't look up.
It's like the reverse of don't look down.
Yeah.
I hate Rav's idea with a passion.
They don't need a duelith to signal the League of Shapes.
I didn't realize the don't look down that we were planning on going to Alton Towers here soon. All right.
You guys all can kind of see that there is activity going on inside of the scrapyard. There seem to be people here. The crane is operating. You can hear sounds kind of drifting away from the area. It sounds like something is being broken down. And as you guys are looping around towards the front gate again, all of the floodlights go dark. And you notice, Alex, you see this first. You see that the floodlights that had that had joined kind of together in the sky to create the duelith symbol, you see that they all just kind of suddenly very quickly list off to the side as if the person operating them had fallen over or something, and then they shut off. And just like that, everything inside of the scrapyard goes very still.
Does Alex get the sense that another voice is here too?
None of you get that sense. None of you can feel that right now because the presence of Speak as One is so intense right now that you cannot cut through it.
For those that have been here before, is it possible to get, like, an enemy of my enemy senses here?
No.
Oh, I'm out of ideas.
The only dominating presence you can feel is Speak as One. It is suffocating here.
How's Aurelia doing?
Hey Aurelia, you want to roll me a will save real quick?
Thanks.
Everything's fine.
Guess what? I started stacking.
Aurelia is doing pretty well, actually, right now. Aurelia,
Hey,
as you get close, Aurelia, the others can't really hear it. To them, it sounds muffled. To you, the instrument does not sound muffled. It does not sound quieted. It is oppressive here. It's the kind of loud that you can feel it in your lungs.
She probably out of instinct would move her hands to her ears to try and cover it.
Helps a little, but only insofar as wearing earplugs next to a very large amp helps a little.
It was a reflex.
Yeah, last time something was in Aurelia's head, she said its name out loud.
She
am I
sure
able
did,
to
didn't
see
she?
about
this
this
through
again?
the rearview mirror?
But there I was dead.
GM,
One more time.
am I able to see it out of the rearview mirror?
What are you seeing? The spotlights?
Aurelia.
Oh yeah, you can see Aurelia cover her ears.
Can someone check on Aurelia, please?
I imagine Benji's sitting next to her.
Yeah. And she's probably sitting next to... Come on. Come on, Aurelia, you got this, okay?
I am trying, but hearing the instrument this loud is annoying.
I can imagine. Just focus right now. I don't think now would be the best time to experiment with seeing if the headphones help, but just focus on ignoring it, okay?
I will try my best. And then she will just look towards Rafe, just like, Rafe, you might need to be my ears for this, because I can hear the instrument, but probably not if someone is sneaking up on us.
I got you.
Thanks.
While they're
Lincoln's
doing
gonna-
this,
Katie first.
while they're doing this, Nell's gonna go ahead and use some extra gauze that she carries and rub her knuckles.
Okay.
That's it.
With the headphones, is Benji still okay?
Yeah, Benji, you're fine right now.
Good. Just making sure.
Lincoln will go ahead and radio in for a status update on the other convoys.
You hear that the other convoys are getting ready to engage as they have located not the actual moving duolith, but one of the sort of satellite groups that marches with it and are getting ready to start a little party. So you hear back that they are in position. You hear that the defenses at Haven are shored up and that actually Lincoln, you specifically, as you are prone to disaster, please roll me a random.
Fuck!
Hey, man, you're the one that chose the lead.
It could have been worse.
Disaster Brigade, ahoy!
Could have been so much worse.
Disaster Brigade, home!
Lincoln, you hear back from the defense crew that everything is fine right now. We have defenses all shored up. We've got the gates shut. Made the last repairs to the wall, but it sounds like the duolith might be moving back this way.
Double check the lower floors. Last I heard, that entrance to the maze was not barred up.
You hear some kind of scuffling on the other side of the line as a team gets assembled and they go off to try to quickly seal off the maze exit.
Benji had marked the maze and also door locations when he'd been kind of wandering around before, too.
Yes.
Okay. Strike forces engaged. Tower defenses fortifying, but they're ready to go. Duelith is on the move. What about the rest of the convoy behind them? Have the club kids dropped off? Have the hosts started peering around?
One more time, sorry.
What about the rest of the convoy that's behind them? Like, have the club kids arrived on site, or has the tracker hosts begin to spread about?
The tracker hosts have gone dark as they begin their probe, their scouting work. The club kids have arrived, and the other vehicle in your little convoy is following close behind you.
Right. Wraith, who is the point of contact from the club team?
That was Wisteria.
Wisteria? Wraith, can you text Wisteria and let her know what we found?
Yeah, on it.
Thanks.
He would relay as best he can via text to get them up to date.
Okay. Give me just another moment.
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Shapes.
Not now.
Okay.
The shapes are all having a meeting. Only one of them has Daisy Dukes and the other ones don't.
That one's the leader.
Well, clearly.
Asserting his dominance with his jorts.
But the rest of them don't have it. It's very much unfair. Shapes are supposed to be unionized.
They're like the kind of jorts from sleepaway camp that one camp counselor was wearing.
Yeah.
We're gonna call that shape Ronnie in particular.
Ronnie?
Ronnie the shape. Yep.
Ronnie the roid rage shape.
Yep. The downside is, with their eyes open, you can still see the jorts, just not the person.
Oh my god.
Instead of it being the foam pants, it's just a pair of
Wasn't something like that already drawn?
Yes, that's part of where the joke is from. I drew jorts for the fucking shape picture.
Oh, that's
floating, just floating jorts chasing you down the streets of Red Acre.
Holy shit.
Ronnie can blend in by just standing behind a clothesline.
Oh, that'd be amazing. The only thing that would give him away is the oppressive feeling of the shape nearby, but in his heart of hearts.
His heart of hearts, he's just a pair of jorts drying in the wind. No shape here.
I'll get those kids someday. They'll never see me coming. All the kids. Yeah, have you gotten stalked by those jorts yet?
Goes angel mode, like the belt around the jorts just lights on fire. It's like he has evolved.
Oh no. Bad laundry day.
Do the jorts give him, like, a bonus?
Honestly, I think they make him roll things at disadvantage, but it's the shape, so...
No, see, here's the thing. Since he's wearing
But that's
jorts, since he's wearing jorts, Roddy can actually, like, bend down and, like, bend his knees so you can't hide under the table.
But still can't look up.
Still can't look
ass,
up.
though.
Still can't look up.
Yeah, that ass makes you have to roll a will save.
Wow, that's such a disadvantage for the kids.
If you're behind Ronnie, you have to roll at disadvantage.
Because you're seeing that Jordan ass.
I mean, Aubrey, we've done the foam party thing and just pelted the shape while me and Suma freaking...
That was so much fun. We raided the entire maze to find all of the foam on the entire map, and then we just gave him stockings.
One more thing is that Ronnie's, Archangel jump is accompanied by a pelvic thrust.
Oh god.
But what about a step to the left?
Oh, yes, true. We need to get Ronnie's moveset written down for, the Red Acre kids. Let them know what's going on.
I see. Very, very important.
As you guys are pulling around towards the front of the scrapyard, the sky goes black. The clouds vanish into nothingness, and the lights that had gone out illuminate the clouds in deep red.
I don't like this.
Miscreant children, we know you hear us. To you, and to the protectors, who defy the will of the song, who refuse our mercy, who put you poor, misguided children on the front lines to fight this losing battle. Time runs out. When the long night ends and sunrise begins, we will see who remains in the light. You place all of your faith in the belief of your doubt, in your hatred for us. We will help you let go of this hate. We know your families. We know your loved ones, and what ties bind you. We also know how easily those ties break. After all, life is such a delicate state beyond the embrace of the song. You who fight us outside the walls of our garden, Saren, Crow, Gates, Princeton, Valen, Warren, Oakley, Vanderbilt, Lemfair, breakers of the dawn, so you say. We know you. We see you. And we see what you left behind. The lives you destroyed. The families, your mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, that mourn your loss still. We will see you mourn them in return, should you continue down this path. And you, who fight us inside, children too many to name, but we see you, and we know you just as well. The same courtesy we extend to you. A warning. Return to your families. Return to the embrace of the song, or you will mourn them instead.
That was a good deep threat if I've ever heard it.
They sound desperate.
Yeah, that's desperation. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
Don't
Wraith is
acknowledge
gonna.
It was just a public message. It's not something that we're going to think about right now. There are more pressing matters at hand.
Dean, your phone rings. Alex, you get a text message.
Oh.
Aurelia, you get a text message. Jean, do you answer your phone or do you let it go to voicemail? It is a number from Chorus Communities.
He lets it go to voicemail.
Okay, so you don't answer. Aurelia, you get a message from your mother. You get a message that says, "What is happening? They have arrested your father." Where are you?
Joke's on them. Aurelia could care less for her parents. She wants to see them dead.
Oh, snap.
That's unfortunate for your parents.
Yep.
That
she
is
doesn't care about
a
them.
level of viciousness.
Well,
That'll be fine.
they called her literally SAO.
They sure did.
We'll deal with that in therapy later.
Duh.
Alex, you get a message from your mother that says, "I don't know what you're going to hear. We did what we had to do. We are sorry. We love you." And then her phone goes offline.
Alex just freezes.
Questions to the GM.
Mm-hmm.
Does the broadcast affect the trees any?
No.
Okay.
The trees don't have families that have offended SAO.
Well, no, it was more so based on what they were rolling with earlier about the song and the voice affecting the environment and the plants.
Nothing that you can see overtly.
Okay.
If Alex messes her father, does it go through?
It does not.
Is she able to send a message to Ambria?
Roll me a random to see if you have service. Yeah, you can send a message.
She'll send a message. My parents, what happened?
You're just going to get back a series of question marks. I don't know what happened to your parents.
And she'll respond back, find out if possible they were having doubts about breeders.
Ambria will shoot a message back that simply says, "I can try, but I am wanted by the cops for a lot of crimes. My ability to investigate is limited at best."
Thumbs up response.
The final
Okay.
follow-up she sends is, burning down public buildings tends to be frowned upon.
Damn that arson.
Yeah, no shit.
The little thing where you do the slash emojis and the O to make it look like, throwing hands up in cheer.
How much arson have you committed?
Several incidences of arson. How's the facilities doing, Kane?
I'm just happy that Kane is apparently a little bit too busy to bug Benji.
Is he?
I
mean,
don't know.
didn't Kane just get help on this project?
Yeah,
Don't
he
you
did.
have
Oh.
a little bit of free time to text your son, Kane?
Yeah, he did. And right now you control him.
Sure do. Benji, you get a text message.
Man, I'm glad Wraith doesn't have parents.
I mean, it's on a stalker phone, so he pulls his phone out.
The message
Look.
simply reads, "Last chance."
The question I DM'd you,
Mhm.
given the aspect that I invoked,
Mhm.
the fact that that's a threat essentially against Kira,
Mhm. Roll it.
Disadvantage or advantage?
You're with your crew right now, so I will say flat. You're not cracking at the moment.
That's good. Benji is going to send a response. I'll DM it to you.
Okay. Do you pull up to the front gate, Lincoln? Or where do you stop when you choose to?
We've done a full perimeter search, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no other real good way in other than the front.
It's only the front gate. This particular scrapyard looks like it had other gates, and you can kind of see where hinges had been, but they were boarded over and then walled up.
I think it's just gonna go ahead and send out a radio of like, they probably know we're already here. Buckle up and get ready.
You get a message from Odd. Hey, I
Boy.
can't talk. This place is... There's something here. Be careful.
Like it's gonna very quickly. He's gonna try something else. He's gonna send a message in Morse code. Basically, shut down. As a sign to just shut down radio communication.
Okay. You'll get an affirmative.
And with that, Lincoln's gonna turn the radio off. Wraith, unplug that.
Yep. He's gonna reach under and disconnect it.
You might have some idle interference. So, is everyone ready? We're about to enter the storm.
Let's go.
Behind you, boss man.
Sure. God have mercy on our souls, because he sure as hell will not when we're done. And he will go to the front entrance.
Okay. Is everybody following behind?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Checking his gun and kind of looking about.
Alex will bring up the rear with her bow since she's more of a range support anyways.
Jack will be right there up at the front because
Yep.
he's big.
Nell's right up front as well. She's
Benji
kind of
is sneaking.
Who is doing a sneak right now?
Benji.
Anybody else?
no. I am not sneaking.
That
Is Benji
depends.
the only person stealthing in here?
I am going to
Alex.
highly suggest we should attempt to stealth
Uh,
first.
Alex will stealth.
Benji's
Gene.
kind of going slightly away from everyone as well too, so he's kind of stealthing over on the side.
Gene.
That's gonna try out that newly upgraded stealth. Sorry about that.
Gene?
He's also separating himself from the group, but he's stealthing.
Okay.
Chances
there
are
a-
to double back on Benji.
Benji
there
looks a little
a-
pissed.
Wraith?
Is there like a possible vantage point that Wraith can probably try to get to?
Not from outside, but once you guys get inside, you can get up onto. There are lots of piles of things. There are crushed car body piles. The highest one is a crushed car body pile. In fact, there are like also the stacks of sheet metal. There is the actual guardhouse. There is another building that is new that you could try to get on top of as well.
Baxter
Okay, so
did bring
since-
a climbing.
The highest point you'll get without climbing up the crane arm is going to be the pile of crushed cars.
Okay, since the floodlights went off, do we have a situational aspect we can use to stealth?
Yes, you do. I don't have them added yet, but the situational aspects are near total dark. I will put them in voice text for you.
Do I have to reroll or can I keep my 4?
Give me a minute. Here you go.
Okay.
Okay, Wraith is gonna roll his stealth with near total darkness.
Okay.
Because his stealth is dog water still.
GM.
Yes.
Can I get a confirmation if Gene was able to bring his hatchet?
Yes.
Okay, he's got it tucked into his belt then.
Okay.
Do you need me to also roll stealth?
If you're sneaking, do me a stealth.
Okay. If I use the aspect near total darkness, what does that add?
That allows you to roll with advantage.
Got you. Okay. Let me do that then. And with advantage. Yeah. Well, there you go.
I'm no expert, but I think you're rolling with a 4.
I am going to pin those aspects real fast.
I'm putting them up on screen. Give me a minute.
Oh, okay.
I can only do one thing at a time.
Yeah. I was pinning because in case you didn't want to modify that yet.
All right, there you go. Okay. As you all sneak inside through the front gates, the smell of blood is again overpowering, but it smells fresh. This doesn't smell like it's been here for very long. As you're stepping inside into the dark, you notice that the overhead lights, the street lamps that had cast illumination into this scrapyard before, actually, anybody who's looking around,
Yeah.
roll me a notice.
Can we build our second stack?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
You
Danger.
just left.
I know.
Danger.
Yes, danger.
Thank God for danger signs.
Right.
Benji's a little distracted, pissed off at his phone.
I will do the notice, but can Chance attempt / comfort to try to use empathy to try to calm him down?
Sure. You can
Okay.
try.
I most certainly can, but I'm gonna do the notice first. Chance is a deuce.
It's only. Does he have danger sense?
He does not have danger sense.
Oh my God.
Specifically, don't put danger sense on him for a specific reason.
Because he's too laid back.
Yes.
It's
There's
the
no
hat.
Dinger, only Zool.
It's the hat.
Zuzu.
The hat just keeps him relaxed.
Very nice support beanie.
Look.
All right, everybody rolled a 3 or better for the first thing you all notice. As you guys are slipping inside and starting to spread out to get to vantage points to take stock of the situation, you notice that the overhead lights, the street lights that cast their illumination throughout the scrapyard, are off. They're not just off, though. You notice that the glass dome and even the bulbs inside of them are shattered. You see that the glass is directly under them, and that the wires within the coils rather that are typically seen within the light bulbs are still hot and cooling. You notice that the floodlights also seem to have this happened, where the glass is shattered. It's still very hot, as if it had just run and then had blown out. You notice that there are footprints everywhere. There are footprints near the stations of the floodlights. There are footprints near the generator that is still running, but all of the lights that had been connected to it seem to have blown, or there was a surge or something. You're not sure. But there are no bodies, which is unusual because the smell of blood is intense. Wraith, roll me your will.
I can find the channel. What are you talking about? 4.
A couple of flashes of a pair of bodies kind of cross your mind, but you push that down and you'll process that trauma and other trauma later.
Oh, good. I have a nice box for it in the closet.
It's fine.
We'll sign Wraith up for talking to Atticus first when we come back.
No, yeah, you're going first, man.
No.
The other thing that all of you see, without needing to roll much higher, anybody who had rolled a 3 or better sees this, is that in the center, where there had been kind of the outline of an arena, the place that you had fought Mordecai before, there's an open, large, probably about 10 by 10 by 10 iron cage. The door is standing open.
Ah, hell, they released the Rancor.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
a
damn.
cage? Like, is it just like?
Like
is it
Like something that you would use to transport a dangerous animal in.
And the door's open.
The door is wide open.
Okay.
The cage is empty.
Okay. That's
And
fine.
the rest of the arena, the junkyard, as we might say, is closed off.
I mean, it's a junkyard. There's a fence.
And the door of the fence is closed.
You just pass through it. No.
Okay, so that's
good to know.
That's great.
That's good to know. I hate this knowledge.
This
I hate this
knowledge is a
place.
burden. Is it safe to try to climb to a vantage
Hold
point?
on. I'm not done yet.
Oh no. Okay, I'll wait here.
There is also
Thought I just
something
pulled
else.
the Yami-Yugi.
There's also something else that only a couple of you saw. Wraith and Alex. As the two of you are moving in your separate directions, headed Wraith you to go find a vantage point, and Alex, you're headed for the crane, I assume?
Yeah, she is.
Both of you out of the corner of your eye catch movement in the dark. As the two of you look, a faint reflection off of a pair of eyes refracts back at you and then vanishes back into the shadows.
We still have comms, right?
You do, unless you shut them off per Lincoln's recommendation.
Oh yeah, that's true. Is he still within eyesight of anyone?
You all have kind of spread out, but you can still see each other from here.
Wraith is gonna wave to see if he gets anyone's attention.
He'll at least get Lincoln's.
You'll get a
Wraith
few
will-
people looking over at you.
He'll sign it that there's something here.
Lincoln will move over to investigate.
Now we'll move over towards Wraith.
Jack too.
He'll point to where he saw the reflection.
As you guys go to look at where you'd seen the reflection in the shadow of the towering mountain of cars, you find a pair of footprints. Almost human, but not quite. But there's nothing else there.
He will continue to try to get a vantage point to see if he can spot anything else while they're close enough to him to relay the information.
Nell will kind of hang around over near Wraith just in case. Just until he gets up to his vantage point.
Benji is going to try to move around and see what has been maybe moved around, and if he can kind of get an idea about the layout for where things are placed inside of the junkyard.
Let's go ahead and get everybody into turn order, and we'll go down the list and see what everybody's doing. Alex, what's your standing notice right now?
6.
Baxter, what's your notice?
It's at a 4. No, 5.
Pants.
Murder Hope is at a 2.
Jack.
Notices 2.
Chance, what's your athletics?
I think that is. It's at a 3.
Jack, what's your athletics?
He actually has athletics. It is a 3.
Jack.
Physique.
I assume Jack wins the physique contest.
I am assuming that
does.
Jack wins the physique contest, yes.
I don't think the murder hobo can bench press a lot.
Excuse you, he has a 3 in physique. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, what's yours?
Jack
5?
eats his veggies. His physique is a 5
That's what I thought.
because he eats his veggies.
You get
No,
that.
it's her veggies
Brussels
too.
sprouts. Ooh.
Okay, Jean, what is your notice?
Out of 4.
Nell, what is your notice?
3.
Benji, what is your notice?
It's a 4 right now.
Jean, what's your athletics?
Athletics is out of 4.
Benji, what's your athletics?
3.
Lincoln, notice?
His notice is a 3.
Nell, what's your athletics?
4.
Lincoln, what's your athletics?
His athletics is a 3.
Wraith, notice.
Quick on the draw, my shooter's a 7.
Okay. Aurelia, what is your notice?
5.
Baxter, what's your athletics?
5.
Aurelia, what is your athletics?
5.
God damn it. Baxter, what is your physique?
It is a 3.
Aurelia, what is your
Same.
physique? God damn it. Alright, the two of you roll random.
There's no more stats.
Flip a coin, roll a random. Both of you. Whoever gets higher goes first.
Just roll a d2.
Holy shit!
It's so close the whole time.
It's amazing.
Oh,
Aurelia is just slightly ahead.
Oh my god, my side hurts. Help.
Moment while I get you into turn order. Talk amongst yourselves.
The room will stop spinning. We're good.
Keep your eyes out for floating jorts.
I'm trying.
You doing okay, Gene? Do you need an antihistamine?
No.
Antihistamine.
Is that what they're calling the drugs now? Like one drugs, please.
I mean, it technically is a drug.
Antihistamine.
Because everything from here out is going to basically operate in bullet time, because a lot of things can happen, we are going to start turn order now. This turn order will change as you uncover other things inside of the area. Okay. So you guys do not find anything as you go looking for whatever you Alex and Wraith had seen, and the area seems to descend back into quiet again. So let's kick to the top of the turn. Wraith, you are looking for a vantage point, yes?
Yes.
You are able to find a vantage point. There is the top of the of Carr Mountain, basically. If you want to try to climb up there, you can try to climb up the arm of the crane, or you can try to climb up onto one of the buildings. Which one of those do you want to go for?
Is there a Buick up there?
There might be.
Okay, well, he's gonna go up the side of the building. Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna go up to the top of the building.
Yeah.
Are you gonna climb from outside or inside?
How does the outside look like he would have less issues climbing it?
The outside is a little bit on the rundown side. It looks like it could be unstable to try to take the existing ladder to the roof. That ladder looks like it has seen better days, and in fact does not look like it will last the night, if it lasts the hour. You could try to climb up the side of the building, but you can see that there is a door onto the roof. There is one of those little sort of huts that would let out from a small stairwell inside. So you could go inside, take the stairs, be up there easily, but then again, you don't know what's inside that building as the door is shut and the lights are out. So you could take a chance with a slightly dangerous exterior, or you could go inside and meet different dangers instead.
Wraith will look to Lincoln and nod towards the buildings. Like, can I get a grapple to get up?
Lincoln's gonna pop the grappling hook.
Lincoln, go ahead and roll me a shoot.
Use the grapple.
But it's a grappling hook.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You're throwing it.
These are new rules. The game has changed.
It's evolved.
No, you always had to aim a grapple when you're doing specific weird things.
Yep.
You have very rarely used your grappling hook.
Yeah, you mostly give it to other people.
Exactly.
Yeah, I had it for
You
a
do
while.
do that an awful lot.
Like, it's just gonna very casually hand it over to Wraith. You do it.
See what I mean?
He's gonna throw the grapple then.
Roll me a shoot. You get it in a position, you can climb straight up.
He's gonna go to the top of the building and have a scan.
Okay.
Lincoln will make sure he's good and sign if he needs him to leave it.
Wraith will sign for him to take it. He'll unhook it, and so Lincoln can catch it.
Okay.
All right.
And then Wraith, you do a look.
I'm doing a look through the scope too.
Okay. Are you looking for anything in specific, or are you just scanning?
Not specific, but I'm looking for Denger.
Go ahead and roll me a notice.
Get the Denger. Too early to stack right again, right?
It is too early to stack, yes.
Okay, I look for the Denger. I have a 6 to look for the Denger. AFQ, Denger. I see rolls that make me uncomfortable, and I'm going to blame Cinti for them.
What? That's unfortunate, but
You will I boom your face.
You, as you're sitting up on top of the roof, you look through the scope and you see that the members of your party are also spreading out, getting ready to do their parts. As you are watching, you notice that there are a pair of shadows that are kind of moving on periphery on the opposite side of the scrapyard from the door. They seem to be moving in a pair. One of them looks up. You see it has kind of elongated features, inky skin almost, but it's hard to tell as you're looking down the scope, and you notice that it is shifting. Its form is changing. The skin sort of shifts between almost human to something more animal to something that might be more akin to an anomaly with the dark skin, and it is shifting to and fro, much like what you would see of the features of a lucid from a distance, shrouded by something. Whatever it is, however, looks up and makes eye contact with you. You know this because you see the reflective or the reflection of its unusual eyes. You see that it makes contact with you as it sees you, Wraith. And then it steps into the shadows and is gone.
He's going to sign back down to Lincoln. I saw something and it saw me.
Great.
He's gonna debate for a bit and then sign Shadow Lucid?
It definitely gazes a what the fuck look up. But at this point, there are so many new things he wouldn't be fucking surprised.
He's going to, if he has an action, he's gonna hold it in case something pops up near one of, the people scouting and the allies.
Okay. That's Wraith. Alex, you're headed for the crane, yes?
Yep.
Okay. You make your way to the crane kind of unimpeded. The thing to impress upon everybody about this area is that it is extremely unusual how quickly this place was vacated when you guys know for a fact it was staffed 10 minutes ago. The crane door is open as you arrive. The crane's engine is still hot as you approach.
Does she see any signs of the operator?
There are footprints leading away from it. It looks like somebody left in a hurry.
So instead of like the shuffling steps of a sleeper or anything, it was rapid, fleeing.
Yes. And this is easy to see without having to roll a notice for it. The crane's magnet, the piece that would normally be moving around like the hulls of cars when they are getting ready to scrap, is suspended over top of the cage in the center of the scrapyard.
So like maybe it was just recently lowered in there.
Yes.
Would she estimate around the time the whole nice big announcement threatening them was made?
You're not sure because you guys had seen the loud announcement, you had seen everything go strange, but the sudden shutting off of the lights happened well before the announcement did.
And does it look like there's anything booby traps left behind?
Roll me a notice with danger sense.
Was it a +6, I think? Hold on. Yeah. Eek.
It doesn't look like anybody had time to set anything up when they had vacated the area, so you do not see any traps, at least not here on the crane.
Alright, so she's gonna do one quick scout around to make sure everything's still clear before getting in.
Okay, you climb up into the crane. Everything does still seem to be clear. You do see that Wraith seems to have spotted something. He signs something down to Lincoln, but it does not appear to be near you that this was spotted, and nothing comes near you for the time being, at least.
Alright, so I think she'd probably keep watch and wait for a signal for them to start.
Okay. Aurelia, what are you doing?
She will probably stick nearby Rafe, even if not on top of the building, because she's not going to climb that thing. She might be scanning around the area on the ground level. And I have a stupid idea.
Go on.
I remember a thing that HTS once said, that he's similar to Creed, but not the same. And Rafe and Aurelia are supposed to look for things that Mordecai might have looked for. So she's like, yeah, Mordecai is a host from Creed. Maybe HTS has an inkling of what he might have been looking for here.
So how are you going to try to ask Hunt Strong directly, or are you just gonna kind of let your senses see if they can guide you towards what he might have been looking for?
She's not good with the sensing thing right now. She would have tried to call out to HTS, and if that would have failed, then she would have tried to see if she can do this sensing thing.
As you try to call out to Hunt the Strong, you feel his presence, but you feel that he is not able to speak here, as the presence, the heavy presence and oppressive sensation of the sires is kind of pressing down on you. He is not able to break through and speak here.
I have another idea. Well, it is kind of a gamble, but she's not a gambler. Using Saboteur to see if that can break the song.
You want to try to use Saboteur?
She herself will try it, but at enough, like, that she could try it. But not enough to, like, cause a full-on destruction of her own brain cell. So she's not going towards the 5 because she doesn't see a need for that one.
Okay. We're gonna come back to you because that's going to do something. Are you committing to this, Aurelia?
She has a well, she's a determined small bean.
Commit to the bit?
Yeah, she's mainly she's upset with SAO. You cannot blame the small little one.
I'm glad I held
Alright.
my action.
We're going to come back to you then. Because this is going to do something. Welcome back to Aurelia. Baxter, what are you doing?
Baxter is going to look for another vantage point.
Okay. Similar to what Wraith sees, you see that there is the building that Wraith climbed up on. There is Car Mountain. There are also other mountains of scrap that you could try to climb up. There is the arm of the crane, but that's kind of incredibly dangerous, especially since you see that the arm of the crane is extended up and over top of the cage, which may or may not be suspicious. It's hard to say. You could get up on the cage, which also likely very dangerous. Besides that, the highest point up here is going to be on top of the mountain of cars.
I think I'll go for that one.
All right, you're gonna go climb Car Mountain?
Yep.
All right, you head over. Go ahead and roll me your athletics to climb on up there. Difficulty, if you're doing it flat, difficulty to get to the top of Car Mountain is an 8. The difficulty is reduced if you have climbing gear. Hardcore parkour does count here. This is definitely dangerous terrain.
He does have climbing gear and he does have hardcore parkour.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
roll
he
it.
also has Unstoppable.
And unstoppable.
Yes, you do.
How much would the climbing gear give?
That's
1?
a +1.
Okay. And then hardcore parkour gives
That's 2
as well. 2. Oh, okay.
I think Unstoppable gives a 2 if you have it at 4.
If you have it at 5.
I have it at 5.
Then it's a +2 for climbing. Okay. With the climbing gear, what would have been an otherwise very difficult journey, you're able to make up pretty quickly. You make it kind of to the top. You hear the groaning of the cars below you. This is precarious, but it's stable for the moment. You may
This
want
is really
to.
sketch.
It is definitely sketch. You are on top of just a pile of the hulls of crushed cars. Up here, though, you can see quite a lot of stuff. Go ahead and roll me a notice with danger sense if you're looking around.
I'm going with the 4.
Because what you're about to see is going to change in a moment, we will tell you what Baxter sees when we describe what happens when Aurelia triggers Saboteur.
Okay.
That is Baxter. Jean, what are you doing?
Seeing that everyone else is kind of spreading out, Gene also spreads out, but even like he gives everybody a very wide berth.
Mm-hmm.
As he's sneaking around, one hand is on the hatchet, actually, the hatchet's handle. The other hand is muting his phone. It's been on vibrate,
Mm-hmm.
and once he like finds like a little corner away from everyone, he gives it the first blip of audio, like volume, and just brings it to his ear to listen to the voicemail.
You're gonna listen to the voicemail now?
Yeah.
Okay. You have a voicemail waiting for you from Stacy Princeton. Jean, it's Mom. Your father's been arrested. We're not sure why. They're asking about you. They're saying that you're involved in something dangerous. Please call me when you can. And then the line cuts.
Jean sets the phone down onto the ground. She shuts it off. And then he brings the hatchet to it, breaking it.
You take a hatchet to your phone.
Yes.
Okay. You're not doing this quietly, are you?
No, he's in his own corner.
All right, noted. Jean, you take a hatchet to your phone. Your phone obliterates under the force of the hatchet. And we will come back to you as well. Benji, what are you doing?
Well, we had a plan. Plan has gone out the window. From the...
No plan survives contact with the plan.
Oh no, I understand that. Benji, how does the ground look first?
Muddy as hell.
Okay.
The ground is packed dirt in a lot of places to the degree where it is packed so densely that it's almost rock. In other places, it looks like massive puddles that would probably be easily waist height on you, Benji.
Okay.
Some of your smaller companions may have difficulty navigating some of the water here.
Okay. We brought some planks with us, right?
Yes, you did.
Can Benji have grabbed some of those planks when they were starting to head out?
Sure.
Okay. He kind of needs to make sure that they don't have a death trap and hazardous areas for them because they need to get a bunch of shit out from here. So he's going to try seeing if he can skirt and find some of the worst of them and get the planks across.
Okay, so you go to try to plank across some of the deeper puddles in the
Yeah.
scrapyard. Okay.
While he's kind of doing that too, he's kind of leaning into and seeing if he's got if he can get any feeling the revulsion from Greed being around, if there's anything that he can pick up from that. So he's kind of trying to lean into what he can pick up and feel.
Go ahead and roll me an insight.
Okay. I'm going to re-roll that with can I re-roll with I won't let them get hurt again?
Sure.
That's better than 1.
It's murky. There's a lot of kind of sensory information that's coming through just based on RTD in your head, based on your interaction with Greed, based on what Mordecai had been doing. He had been very pointed in keeping your guys' attention in the center of the field, but away from specific things.
So can Benji focus with leaning on that? Can he kind of make his way to essentially where they'd gotten drawn out from?
Roll me one more insight.
If this is an insight for it being a good or a bad idea, I wouldn't want to re-roll it.
It is not.
Okay.
You can't really tell. The only thing that you know for a fact that they didn't want you to touch was the crane, but you're not sure if that's because of what the crane can do or just what the crane is. It could be a location that they simply didn't want you having access to, or it could be that the crane was something that they needed to use and therefore didn't want you tampering with it.
Okay. He's gonna continue to focus on the around areas. He's still got a couple of planks, so he's kind of trying to skirt around to do that sneakily.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth. Okay. You are sneaking and you plank up some of these deeper puddles.
Yep.
Okay. Nell, what you doing?
Nell is a natural guardian. She's a natural protector. So she would probably be around Wraith, just kind of in the area patrolling, making sure they don't get snuck up on.
She'd probably be around Skylar then, because Wraith's on a roof.
Yeah, she's probably hanging around like Skylar and Wraith, just kind of like patrolling that area where that thing was.
So you're okay. So you're kind of in that area. So you're nearest to Aurelia and the building that Wraith is standing on.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're just kind of keeping an eye out for things.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a nose with danger sense.
My notice is not that good.
It re-rolls.
Can I boost that? Well, if I boost it, it'll boost.
It re-rolled, but you will meet and not exceed. So you'll be able to know that it's around, but not where or what it's doing.
Because I don't know if I can beat a 6.
Your only option, if you want to beat it cleanly, would be to re-roll altogether.
Yeah, I'll re-roll. Why not? With Can I use Protect the Innocent to reroll? since that's what I'm doing.
Yes, you can burn fate to
Okay.
reroll with that.
Do I get danger sense still?
Mm-hmm. Meets but does not exceed. As you are kind of drifting near Aurelia, you're listening, looking around, seeing what's going on.
She has her she has her comms off. So her cochlear implant is more prominent than the comm.
Okay. You hear something sort of hissing, building, moving towards you. You feel air sort of brush past you, but when you turn around, there's nothing there.
Where was it at? Like, was it more towards Aurelia or was it more towards Wraith?
It was closer to the building than to Aurelia.
It was closer to the building. Okay. She'll try to get Wraith's attention or Aurelia's attention and sign that she felt something walk past her.
Aurelia,
And just to be on the lookout.
You see that that Nell rather signs to you. Aurelia is in the middle of doing something, though.
Oh.
You will notice as you go to sign to Aurelia and see that she's doing something, which we will get to in a moment.
Yeah, she'll try to sign to Wraith.
Okay.
That she felt something near the building.
Okay.
But she will kind of stay in that area, kind of keep patrolling. Now she's just kind of on high alert.
Okay.
So if anything comes between, like if anything starts to come for either that building or Aurelia while she's like doing something, Nell would immediately intervene and get in between so they wouldn't get hurt. Or Aurelia wouldn't get hurt.
Okay. Lincoln.
Hi.
What you doing?
Reviewing the list, and I'm gonna see if there's anything that's near or around that might have what we're looking for.
Go ahead and roll me an investigate.
Okay. I think I'm gonna re-roll that one, Chief.
Okay, what are you re-rolling with?
Ace Attorney.
Okay, go ahead and re-roll.
That's better.
You do find a pile of scrap that's got some of what is on the list. It is kind of at the base of the car mountain, basically. You see that it is very, very near it. There are transformer pieces, there are bits and pieces from various generators, shielding, siding, that kind of thing. So you're able to locate the scrap pile that has a lot of that sitting in it.
Is there anything out of the ordinary while I'm looking around this specific area that might trigger a trap?
Not that you see, at least not with this pile. You do see that there are a lot of footprints, foot traffic that had passed through here, and you're not sure if it had been like people that were disassembling things and tossing them into piles, or if something had happened and a lot of people had very quickly passed through here and not come back.
Are there any specific imprints on the footprints?
You do see a lot of boots stamped with the usual Chorus brand.
Okay.
With a 6, though, you do spot one pair of footprints that looks a little odd. Almost human, the toes are a little too long, they're clawed on the ends, the bones are configured almost right. Almost. And they press deeply, as opposed to the depth that you might see with a normal person's footprint, which kind of suggests some kind of much heavier weight had made these prints.
Lincoln will go ahead and take a quick snapshot of that to add it to evidence, and provided there's nothing barring him being able to remove these transformers, bots and disguise, he's going to put them into his backpack.
Jack, what are you doing?
Jack is sticking by Lincoln, attempting to keep himself as hidden as possible, keeping an eye out for the parts they need, but mostly just helping out whenever someone needs something heavy dealt with.
Okay. So you do see that Lincoln heads over towards the scrap pile and has started kind of loading up stuff that are the different pieces that are on the list. And so you can go and help him pull things out if you'd like.
He would happily do that.
Is Lincoln able to offer a help action in this situation?
Yeah.
Okay.
This physique?
Yes. Okay, you're starting to pull up some of the heavier pieces that are needed, and you're moving them back towards the truck. Chance, what are you doing?
Chance is keeping a close eye on Benji, but he's still. Whoop.
You are doubled.
It's going through both accounts still.
I know.
There we go.
Okay.
Better.
So Chance is gonna. He is keeping an eye on Benji, but he's still gonna work on his part of the task. So he's trying to. He's doing more of a general scan, nothing direct. So he's trying to notice to see if there's any of the parts that he saw written on a note that he definitely does not have a hand on. While at the same time just trying to help cover Benji.
Go ahead and roll me an investigate.
Okay. What's a 1? We have something in it, boys.
I'm so proud of you.
Jack, you can also roll with advantage because Lincoln's helping you.
Oh no.
That's unfortunate.
That's an
Oh
omen.
no. We haven't had one of those for a while.
Can I call shenanigans because I rolled it on the wrong account?
Nope.
Okay.
You
that's
can
fine.
re-roll
I
it
can't...
though.
It's nice knowing you, Chance.
I will have to re-roll that because I cannot invernate that. I'm gonna do it on the right account this time. I'm gonna point out that all my omens have mostly been on Chance this arc here. Last time Lincoln did it, but most of the time here it's been Chance. I will, however, invernate that and take 1 shift of mental stress and make that a dirty crit.
Okay. Go ahead and take your mental stress. And you were looking for what specifically? Just other things that are on the list?
Just general. Like, things that he can remember was on the list.
Okay. You make your way towards one of the larger sort of piles of siding and shielding, just large sheets of metal. You see that there are another smaller pile of electrical components beside it, and you can see a couple of things that had been described to you as being on the list in that pile. But as you approach the pile, Aurelia, you start Saboteur. Silence sort of spills in as Aurelia begins a small field of countering the song. But as the muffling of the instrument gets louder, you hear something else in its place. Sort of a low humming almost of disparate strings strung together sharply and drawn with a bow or with some kind of another implement to almost tear the melody from them. The earth below you, you see Benji now as you are looking around, Wraith, as you are looking around as well, you notice that the arena has a very peculiar shape. And so, in fact, does the entirety of the scrapyard. Baxter, from your vantage, you can see the whole thing. You see the building that Wraith is standing on, you see the piles one after another on the other side, and you realize, Baxter, as you were standing up here, that the parts of this arena, of this scrapyard, have been rearranged to create a symbol as
Oh
you're all
no.
standing in the middle of a duolith
Oh shit.
that Benji just completed with the planks.
How fucked am I right now? Question, oh great GM.
Mm-hmm.
One, can I just pick the plank up?
No.
Oh.
Nell, you feel something brush past you from behind again. Wraith, you see something moving from the edge of the field again. Moving towards. It had been moving towards Aurelia and then veers suddenly off course as you hear the sound of an axe coming down and shattering something. A phone, perhaps?
Mayhaps.
I have a
As
question. Sorry,
I'm
go ahead.
not quite done. Quiet sort of falls in, and you hear the whispering, you hear the low voices, something. As a creature begins to step out of the dark. Wraith, you spot it first as you had been looking around from your vantage. Baxter, you spot it next. Something with long limbs, an almost human shape that seems to drift from face to face. Some of them are familiar to you, some of them are not. You see the face of your mother, you see a cousin that you haven't thought about in years. You see, if you have them, you see a sibling's face, you see an uncle, you see a friend that you had seen last in school that died long, long ago on a club mission. You see all these different faces, all these different eyes staring back at you, but all of them reflect light. Burned across the chest of this particular figure, you see a pair of broken scythes. Baxter, beneath your feet, the mountain of cars splits open and you fall in.
Oh shit.
And that is where we're dropping the curtain for tonight.
What?
Tara.
Yo,
Tara.
hype as fuck.
It is fate.
Mm-hmm.
I know what these are.
Do you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think I do too.
Uh-huh.
I DM'd 2 people about it during session, and I think I got it right.
I know it. I know what this is.
If it would be the pieces of TMC and see the crutch, oh, that would be so sad.
I think it is.
The
Say goodbye to
broken
chat,
knowledge,
everybody.
the broken cause.
Bye.
Bye,
Goodbye.
guys.
Help us! Help us!
Oh, this will be fun. So, thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I would normally have a to be continued up, but as mentioned, we are still operating slightly on the jank. We will be back in 2 weeks on the 18th. We will resolve what chaos they have found here in the scrapyard, hopefully complete the mission, and get back in time to run the deliberative. We will be back next week on the 11th with Misfits. We have Impact running on the 6th. And we have The Boys out on the 10th. So we will see you again and later this week. Thank you again for everybody for tuning in. Thank you to you fucking goblins for the pre-session hype train. Another pre-session hype train. I swear to God. Thank you anyway. It wasn't you this time. It was the other goblins. But yes, we will be back on Monday with Team Impact, trying to solve the mystery of the Vigilante Club kids and trying to figure out what's going on at the mill. So thank you again, everybody, for tuning in. Have a good night and stay awake.